So, last time, you guys had uh, negotiated with Cornelius and discovered that he knew of a secret way down to a subterranean dungeon. Likely where your missing friend Duodecius had been carted off to. Here in the village of Mitra's Fist. And so you went down, discovered a couple of, sorry, not a couple, a single knight kind of guarding the entrance to what he called Mitra's Tower. But to the south was a pair of doors, and those doors led to a cavern that eventually ended with a large statue depicting a proud champion in plate armor, its long sword raised triumphantly on high, and in the other hand had held a scroll tube which had contained, among other things, a map. To the south of this cavern, you guys had discovered a small secret door in a niche, which led to a larger 20-foot wide rough stone cavern, arcing away from you to the left and right, kind of as if like you're looking south at a circle and it's arcing away to your left and right. A bit across from it, you can see another small stone cavern angling away to the back and left out of sight. And also off to your hard right, kind of forming a tangent line with the bottom of this arc, a place where the rough stone cavern starts to give way to masonry and flagstone floors. So, Squash, Sister Beta, Eric, what would you guys like to do?
Well, Duodecius, any thoughts?
He is not present with you.
Oh yeah, right. We're looking for him. Forgot about that.
That's right. My life is dependent on you, Mister, and Swag.
Oh no. Sorry, where are we again?
So you had went and talked to this elderly keeper of a shrine to the paladin Mitra above you. And when you told him about Duodecius' disappearance and the kind of shady characters going on, he directed you to a secret hatch underneath the first couple of pews inside the shrine, which led down into this dungeon. He said that, it's likely that they've put it somewhere down here.
Okay. Have we gone down the hatch yet? Are we in the
Yes,
dungeon?
you went down the hatch, and then you went south through a couple of double doors, fought some undead, and found a statue that, in a tube that was attached to it, had a map in it, and are currently standing in this natural stone intersection. The niche that had the secret door behind you that led to that statue room. To the south is an angled, like 10-foot wide cavern wall. To your left and right are two 20-foot wide natural stone caverns, kind of curving away to the north, out of sight from you. Due west, hard, like just straight right from your current position, uh, forming a tangent line to those arcing caverns to the left and right. Um, you can see like where it breaks into like a corner of a masonry hallway, and you can see that the rough stone floor gives way to flagstone. The walls go from carved to brick.
Hmm. Well, Beta and Eric, any opinions on which path we should take?
Well, do we have any?
I don't think we have anything to go off of, no.
Well, then I guess we flip a coin and maybe the best direction wins.
All right.
I'm not good at directions.
Thank you.
That was the map you found in the statue.
Ah. Mhm. Okay. Where are we? The cell?
I don't think we're anywhere on this map.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Well, it says this has got to be below us, right? Because we haven't found any cells.
Not yet, no.
So, given that the way into this is a staircase leading down from the east, I think we should go west.
Sounds logical. Let's do that.
All right.
So are you going straight west to where the cavern gives way to like flagstone and masonry walls, or northwest following the curvature of the natural stone cavern?
No. We're
Dead
going
west, I
where
think.
it's-
Okay.
That's where it goes into flagstone.
Yeah, we are.
Structure of some sort.
Yes.
All right. So you go due west, finding yourselves eventually standing in the corner of this hallway. The halls are 20 feet wide. One heads west, and you can see it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 100 feet to what looks to be a curtain, and around the edges of the curtain you can make out faint light. Like they put the curtain up there to block the light from just spilling out of the hall, but there's still like gaps at the edges and at the bottom. To the south, it is a dark cavern that goes as far as your dark vision goes.
All right, which way do you want to go? You want to go towards the curtain light or the cavern?
I'd say let's explore the cavern first.
Okay. We go towards the cavern.
Yeah, let's try and find like the bounds of this big cavernous space.
Okay.
I don't understand. You're in a hallway. You're at an intersection. 20. It's 20 feet wide. East is the way you came from. That's the natural stone cavern. West, about 100 feet, is that curtain with the light kind of edging out from the sides of it that you can make out. And to the south is another 20-foot hallway that looks to be, it's dark and you can see as far as your dark vision goes, and it still keeps going.
Oh, I think I confused the south
Yeah,
and where we came
yeah,
from.
me too.
Okay, let's go to the curtain.
Yeah, we'll go into the curtain. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it broke off into a cavern on one side and a curtain on the other.
All right, yeah, you approach this curtain. You can definitely tell that the room beyond is well lit. But unless you pull the curtain aside, you're not really going to be able to see anything.
All right, who wants to? Do I have a
Also, do any of you have a light source out, or are you all relying on dark vision?
dark fish?
No, I would have a light source out.
Okay.
I imagine most of us would, because I don't either.
I have dark vision. Common plebeians can just sit
2 versus 1.
Y'all can just sit in the dark. Do we anybody have something we can move the curtain? Because I don't want to stand in front of it and move it. Because bad things.
Yep, I have something I can move the curtain with. I part the curtains using the dancing sword.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not gonna be in front of it. I want to be off to the side.
Yeah, I think we should all be away from where the light will shine in case it's something awful.
Yes. In case it's something very.
.com.
Bunch of goons.
I mean, you have just instilled this fear in us. It is your fault.
I'm taking credit. I'm not saying that I'm ashamed of it.
All right, yeah.
All right. Well, you poke the curtain with your dancing sword. It ripples. You can tell that there is a room on the other side of it. Or are you using it to like just smack it aside?
Oh, I was going to try and part the curtain.
Ah,
After
okay.
I stab Polonius. Though I don't know it's Polonius.
All right. Yeah, you use the sword, parting the curtain. Ahead of you, light spills into the corridor. You can see a well-lit chamber. The chamber is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks to be about 80 feet across, like past the curtain. Visible from where you guys are standing, about 20 feet back from the curtain. On the north wall is a closed pair of wooden doors, and on the west wall, a single closed wooden door. You can also see what looks to be chalk lines on the floor, kind of curving between a couple of lit braziers that you can make out. The room, as far as you know, does continue to the south, but is currently beyond your sight.
What do you think?
I think beyond that double doors is the boss room. That's what the fuck I think.
Okay, well, we should try to go everywhere else first then.
I mean, this place is getting kind of elaborate. You know, this
Yeah.
is kind of where the head honcho hangs out. Or I could just be paranoid and shit.
No, I think you're right.
I mean, the double doors, I do not want to go in. The
Yeah,
doors to
that,
the side, that might.
Which direction are the double doors again?
So you're like, this hallway is like at the top north end of the room. So like your right wall is north, and it just goes straight through into the room. Like there's no edge or anything. That's why they hung up a curtain. And on that wall is the pair of double doors inside that room.
Okay. Now you said we came out of the cave, there was a door to the. We came out from the east. There was a door to the west that had the curtain, and a door and a hallway to the south. Right.
Both directions were hallways. It was that this hallway was terminated by that curtain, which led to this room that you're
And
looking
the
into
other
now.
one was it was headed south as far as we could see. Right.
Yes.
I see. Maybe we should head back and go south. Because if you look at the map that we have here, that opening does come in from the south, where it says Radleb, whatever that says. That could be like this area or where the boss is. I play too much. I play too much Metroid. That's what I say when I look at that. I'm sorry. But yeah, so if we go south, we might come in to where that other stuff is. It loops around. I'm assuming if we find the cells, that's where they're keeping. If Duodecius is here, he would be in the cells. I mean, I'd hate to search this whole place and then him not be here. That would just suck.
Well, we might have to.
So what do you think? You want to go through the door, one of the doors here, or?
No, let's go somewhere else first, I think.
Yeah. I want to try to avoid as much confrontation. There's only a couple of us.
Yeah, me too. So that's why I think we should go somewhere else.
Yeah. We're going to go back down that south hallway that was just a hallway as far as we could see with the dark vision.
Yeah, let's do that.
Under.
Okay. Yep. So you go back the 100 feet to the corner, and there you look south. 20-foot wide hall. It goes to the extent of your light sources and to your dark vision. To the south. As you start walking down that hallway, you can see first person with dark vision, and then later on illuminated by the light source. About 80 feet south of that corner, that T intersection, I should say, is a corner on the left wall. And after a few more feet of movement, you can see that it's a 20-foot wide opening, like another T intersection.
Oh, okay. Which way does it go when we get there?
Okay. Well, as you approach, you can also see that the T intersection continues to the south as far as your dark vision can see. Though you can see that past the T intersection to the south, a single wooden door is revealed 30 feet down, and another smaller pair of double doors, like closet thin double wooden doors, which would be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, about 60 feet south of that T intersection. East, looking down that T intersection, you see mist. And at first, when the person with dark vision looks down there, it just looks to be like fog. But when you bring the light source over, so some of you said you had it, you notice that it is a soupy violet-colored mist, completely obscuring the hallway beyond it.
Well, that's not ominous at all.
Oh.
God, I'd give my left arm for a rogue.
Well, we don't have that. It's just you and me.
Yeah. Sorcerer and a...
Oh, wait a
Oh,
minute.
I
No,
forgot
no, we
Eric's
don't.
here too. I forgot Eric. You just hadn't said that.
No, it's fine.
Well, I'm a healer,
Yeah, so we have exactly as many people in the party who can fight as usual.
so.
One.
Yeah.
All right.
Once we get Duo back, we'll have 3 people to watch while I kill everything for you.
When you say it like that, it makes it sound like the rest of us don't do nothing but mooch off of you.
And?
I mean, Beta is highly offended at that remark. The only person that we should watch out for is Duodecimus, because he's a Septimus.
Well, do we want to set forth in the ominous purple mist?
I don't know. What do you think? I mean...
Is there like a hard transition into this area with the purple mist, or is it gradual the way you would expect it to be? If it were actual mist, that is.
It is gradual. It's not like it's a hard wall. It looks like, however, it goes from a clear hall to impenetrable density in the course of about 10 feet.
Oh, okay, that's normal. I've seen that before. It's just purple.
Yeah, it's purple, which is unusual.
So you want to go through the fog, or you want to...
I stick my finger into the fog.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of approach, kind of stick your finger in there. Everyone can kind of just see you standing there, your hand extended. You don't feel anything.
Okay. Well, we'll be totally blind if we go in there. I wouldn't mind looking for other ways forward.
All right. Well, there's a set of small doors and thin doors and single doors.
Where are those again?
To the south of this T intersection, continuing south more, 30 feet to the single wooden door, 60 feet to like the half-sized double wooden doors. Like
Where
they're
does the
thin.
single wooden door go? Is it west?
It would be going to the east.
And the other doors are going also to the east?
Yes, they're just further south of your position.
Okay. And can you see the end of the hallway, or does it continue on?
That's basically like that's 60 feet. That's the limit of your dark vision, as far as I know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the closed door then.
Okay. Well, as you approach the closed door, 30 feet, you can see that the hallway does continue past those thin double doors to the south, at least 30 feet. And yeah, you're standing in front of this wooden door, hinges on this side.
Okay, I open it.
Okay, you pull the door open, revealing a 10-foot wide hall. You're standing in a 20-foot wide one, going east 30 feet. And then you can see kind of the floor sloping downward, as it looks to be a set either like a ramp or a set of stairs heading down.
Oh, this could be the right way. Maybe it
Oh
looks
yeah,
around.
yeah.
This looks promising. I think we should go this way.
Yeah. I agree. Let's go.
All right, we head down.
Going on the
Okay.
information we have, this looks like we're gonna go.
Yeah, you get up to the edge of that. You can see that the stairs go down 30 feet before it flattens out, and it looks like it opens up into a room down there. From your position at the top of the stairs, you don't see anything in the room. Just looks to be empty flagstone from where you're standing.
We go into the room.
Yeah. I have to get up for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. The stairs go up, they ascend. My bad. They ascend, not descend. You still want to go, like when you go to the stairs and you look up, you see a ceiling.
Oh,
Sorry.
going up though is not because we're already at the. How far down are we though? Okay, well, anyway, we still followed the stairs up, and I'm gonna step into the room and look and see what the room looks like.
All right, you follow the stairs up 30 feet. It empties out into a 30 by 30 square chamber that appears to be empty. Another set of stairs to the south also ascend.
Okay. Well, and I'm gonna wait on Pete now because I don't know what the. I don't know if we continue on because I don't think we need to go up another flight of stairs. I'm not sure how far down. I've forgotten how far down we actually are. I don't remember. Gilbert has no idea because he wasn't here for it. The only people that
What?
know are the halfling. I mean, the little kid. He would know. Maybe Pete remembers. I have no idea how far down we are. So how far are we going back up? I don't remember. Do you know how far down we are, Gilbert? How far down we came? Or you wouldn't know, would you?
What do you mean by that?
How many levels? Because see, we're in a room. We came up another set of stairs that Under thought were going down, but they went up, and we come into a room that's got nothing in it with another set of stairs going up. And
Well, from what I recall, you guys came to the super sus building and went down a flight of stairs. Granted, I wasn't paying super close attention to that because,
what I'm thinking,
my character wouldn't know.
Which is weird, which means this would be a different building. Either or. Now I'm dying to know what's up the stairs. But we're supposed to be
Perhaps you were able to ask Under for contextual assistance, given that there seems to be some confusion over which way you guys came from when you started the session.
Now, I remember we came down from the church. We went in through the church.
Mm-hmm.
We went down a flight of stairs.
No, you did not go down a flight of stairs. You dropped down a shaft.
Oh, yeah.
It was a 20-foot drop.
That's right, it was.
And then you went south.
And we went south, and now we found and went up a level, and then we go up another level that would put us somewhere else. I don't know what to do by myself. I honestly, God, don't know. I don't want to keep leading the party out there by myself if it dies.
Well, you could look up the stairs that ascend to the south.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, then I'll do that. If that's the
Okay.
only way out of this room, I'm going to go.
It's the only other way out other than the way you came in.
All right, then I'm gonna see if I can see
All right.
anything up the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs look to ascend another 30 feet and end in what looks to be an odd-looking wooden door, as if there's additional mechanisms on the side of it.
Okay. That could be a way out. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're gonna double back down the stairs,
Okay.
down the hallway through that single door,
Yeah.
and in those two smaller doors a little bit further down. We'll just go down and check those out too.
Okay. So as you go back into the 20-foot wide hallway and continue the 30 feet south to the thin double doors, you can see that after that 30 feet that you saw, the hallway appears to have ended and begins widening out. And eventually you begin to make out pews facing to the south.
Like church pews?
Yes. Like the hall ends, and you can tell that the room continues off to the west and to the south, further than you can see. Because you can only look about 30 feet into the room. So you're seeing like 2 rows of pews, and it looks like the room continues on to the south and to the west.
Okay.
You can also see that at the end of the hallway, the floor changes from gray flagstone to a polished, inlaid black marble tile.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, let me fill you in on what happened. The staircase that we thought went down actually went up. It went up to another empty room that went up with another flight of stairs and stopped at a sealed door with some kind of mechanism on it.
Okay.
I doubled back, came back down, followed that hallway we were
Further
in,
to the south.
further to the south, and came out into a room that looks like a cathedral.
Wait, did you go to the next set of doors, or did you go all the way down?
Well, at the doors, I'm standing at the doors now. The other 2 little doors, I'm standing at those, but I can see into the other room turns into like a cathedral. The floor changes into this mirrored stone, and there's church pews in it, or pews in it.
What, more pews? Didn't we get here by going under a pew?
Yes.
We went into a pew and fell down a shaft. Yes.
Who puts a church underneath another church?
Who indeed?
Well, I mean, if the church is like, if the upper church worships a god and the lower church worships like Satan worshippers or something,
Damn.
that's how you would cover up the Satan worshippers by saying all these people are coming to worship in the regular church, but they're not. They're coming to worship in the Satan church. Seems like,
Okay, take off your brown robes and put on your black robes.
yeah, God, basically, yeah.
So we could do that, or we could continue down that hallway. To the south.
Well, that's where we are.
That is the hallway to the south.
That is what's on the hallway to the south. The
Okay,
black
then I'm
building.
confused. Did you go through
Okay,
the next set of
stop.
doorways?
No, he did not. You are in the
I had
20-foot
opened
wide hall. You went an additional 30 feet south past the single door and are now standing in front of the closed, thin pair of double doors. 30 feet to the south, the hallway ends and begins to open up to this chamber that you have 30 feet of visibility into with your 60 feet of dark vision, those of you with dark vision. And you can see that the floor changes at that point.
To a dark-colored marble tile.
Yep. And that there are polished wooden pews, 2 rows at least visible. You can tell that the room does continue to the south and to the west of this corner that you're looking into. But it's beyond your sight from where you're currently standing.
Like I told you, we're standing in front of those small doors right now. We haven't opened them yet.
Mm-hmm. Let's open them.
Okay, go ahead. You're the opener.
I opened the doors as
All right.
the opener of doors.
Yeah, you open the doors, revealing a 30-foot wide, 60-foot deep hall. The ceiling and walls are smooth finished stone, and the floor is fitted with gray flagstone. In the center of the room sits a stone pedestal with a golden bowl resting on its flat top. A pair of large eyes have been painted onto the north wall. Opposite the eyes, like if you go for eyes drawing south through the bowl, in the middle of the southern wall is an opening 10 feet wide, like a hall leading to the south.
I smell a puzzle. You want to have a look at this?
Yeah, sure. I will. Go make an investigation check.
Oh.
Sure, you can make an investigation check as you walk up and begin looking at the bowl.
And I know absolutely nothing.
So, the bowl looks to be plain, as does the pedestal. There is, however, this rather crimson-looking red liquid inside the bowl.
Does the red liquid look viscousy? Have a tint of iron to it?
It does, in fact, have a little bit of a taint of iron in the air around it.
Okay, somebody's got blood in this thing. So, wait.
Not bad.
Wait, there's. Never mind, guys. I was caught on another thing. Like, how could there still be fresh blood in a thing? Blood doesn't last that long. But then I forgot. Wait, this is fantasy.
Well, blood still coagulates in a fantasy world. It is odd that it has not coagulated in the bowl.
Yeah,
If it is blood.
No, it's. Well, you put your finger in it.
A 7 is sufficient to tell that it is blood.
Okay.
I can't feel it because my fingers are made of metal, but you could touch it and see if it's still warm. If it's still warm, that means a lot.
Your fingers don't have the ability to sense temperature?
I'm made of metal. Of course not.
I mean, okay, but
What? I am a droid. I am not human. What are you talking about?
okay, but like considering all the things they were able to make your metal body do that a regular humanoid body
That's
can do,
true,
sense
but-
temperature feels kind of arbitrary.
I know, but it's.
Like you can talk and see, but you can't feel temperature. You presumably have haptic feedback and a sense of balance to keep you upright.
Yeah, she dumped decks. She's very clumsy.
Yeah, but you're not falling over.
No, but she can't. Those are sensations that she doesn't have. She can't comprehend how they work.
So you're saying if I put a blindfold on you and hung you upside down, you wouldn't be able to tell?
Right.
Do you have the ability to check whether this bowl is magic?
Detect magic. Do I know that spell? I do not believe I know that spell.
Okay, I don't think I have it. Let me make sure.
I'm double checking, but I don't believe. No.
Oh, I actually do have it, but I don't have it memorized.
No, I don't.
Or
have
whatever the word is for 5e, I forget.
Prepared.
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I don't have it.
Yeah, I could have it, but I'd have to take a rest. I also have to spend spell slots to do it because I'm not a ritual caster.
I mean, if I knew it, I could learn it as a ritual. But I don't know it.
Well, why don't we try that hallway to the south?
The one that goes into the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Because I don't know what to do with the blood pool. I'm not sure what to do with that. So we're just gonna leave that room alone. We need smarter players or something. I don't know. And we're gonna go. And we're gonna move on to the back out, head back down into the dark chamber, the dark fucking priest room or church.
Okay. Well, as you guys get to that southern hallway, it is 10 feet wide. And with the dark vision of 60 feet, you can see that it goes at least 60 feet to the south. It continues beyond that, you just can't see.
Okay. Do we see any doorways in it?
No, it looks to just go at least 60 feet to the south.
It's a large room.
Better keep going.
All right, we keep going.
Okay.
Keys and shit. There's no other decorations in this place. It's just
Not
large.
other than that painted eyes on the north wall in the chamber behind you. No, you've not seen any particular decorative type stuff.
Now you understand that we went back. We came out of that room, right? The room with the blood pool thing.
You said you were checking out the hall to the south that was inside that blood pool room.
I thought we backed out and went back down the church room.
You could do that. Just what do you want to do? Tell me.
Ain't that what we decided, Pete?
What, to go south?
Yeah, we wanted to go out of the room.
Okay, so there are two options to go
Oh,
south.
no, sorry, that's not what I meant. I wanted to go south through the passageway opposite the pair of eyes on the wall.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I misunderstood. My fault. You were
No, it's okay. There are two ways to go south. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. So yeah,
Yes.
you're staying inside the room, going south through that 10-foot hall,
Yes.
not retreating to the 20-foot hall that goes south.
No,
Yes.
no.
Okay. All right. Well, as you continue forward, you can see that after 60 feet, that hallway begins to open up to a chamber. And as you keep going, you can see that it appears to be a crypt. And although there is no door to your approach, along the east wall, you can see a sealed stone sarcophagus. A decrepit male human in tattered rags is slumped at the base of the sarcophagus, muttering to himself. An iron collar is visible around his neck and is affixed to a length of chain looped through a ring, sunk into the stone floor. The faint whiff of incense hangs in the air.
Oh. Sister Beta is going to go and speak to the gentleman.
Wait, Beta, do you smell that?
Smell what?
The incense.
No. I don't breathe. No.
Okay, so you can't smell either.
No.
Alright, well, go do what you were going to do.
I go up and speak to the gentleman.
Okay. What is your passive perception as you approach?
14.
Okay. So as you approach, you can hear him muttering under his breath what appears to be a plea to the gods and to Mitra to deliver him from evil.
What is what language is it in? Is it in
Common. He was just speaking lowly and muttering, so that's why you had to get close to hear him.
I am going to lay a blessing. I'm just gonna. No, I'm not gonna bless him. I'm going to tell him that everything is gonna be fine. I'm gonna try to persuade him to feel better.
Sure. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. He stops muttering, and you hear his somewhat fragile voice. It is unlike the followers of Set to be so comforting. He turns to look at you with these half-lidded eyes. You are not from around here, then.
No, good sir, I am not. These are followers of Set, you say? Dastardly things.
Indeed.
Do
If
you know your surroundings here?
vaguely, I've been chained in this crypt for some time. I would be much obliged if you would be willing to free me.
What is your name, good sir?
I am Varus Vorum, a cleric that served under Mitra those years ago.
I'm going to look at Squash and say, can you break the chain? I'm going to see if Squash can get the chain broken. He's a big, strong, burly man. Break the chain. Do good.
Squash, you here? Pete?
Crap. Beta points at the barbarian who is brain dead. This happens a lot. He seems to be away for the moment. He will be back.
Of course. Tell me, as he's kind of looking over here, my sight is not what it used to be. Are any of you in need of medical attention?
Maybe they can try to pull it out. What kind of test?
Strength athletics check to break the chain.
Athletics? Well, Beta can try.
You do not break the chain.
Yeah, she's not weak, but she's not all that strong. Her, she's just clumsy. What about your guy, Eric? Is your guy strong? Can you use some strength stuff?
No, I'm rogue. Very much no.
You're useless. The
Rogue
one
son.
guy we need is not even here. Wait, you're a thief?
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess.
And stuff.
Do I have? I should have these tools.
Can you pick the
I do have
collar
these.
up, a lock on the does the collar of the lock have a lock on
It does.
Can you pick the lock of the collar? I will give you guidance.
Sure, I'll try. What does that require again?
It is a D20 plus your Thieves' Tools modifier plus the D4 with guidance.
Okay.
You had one job, Rogue. One job, man. This is
Well,
Perhaps you should try again with Mitra's blessing.
Mitra's who?
Mitra's blessing. Ask Mitra for his blessing and then try again or something.
do something because we are at a standstill. This is like key DM point, and we got to do it.
Okay, I'm back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Finally! God!
What do you need me for? You can talk to him.
Yes, but I can't break the chains that are binding him. You
Oh.
need to break chains.
Yeah, we can set him free. Now, remind me, what does this guy look like?
A decrepit old man dressed in rags, with an iron collar around his neck that Eric failed to pick the lock of, that runs to a 10-foot chain that is basically goes to a loop in the floor. You could try a strength athletics check to break the chain. Sister Beta was unable to.
Okay.
We have failed at everything. We need strength.
Well, first, divine sense.
Okay. You actually don't detect anything with divine sense.
Ah,
What's his
good.
name again?
Varus Vorum.
Varys Forum.
Well, he's not a fiend or undead or anything like that. Okay. I will Varus Vorum. Now, he mentioned the followers of someone a second ago. What? The followers of who again?
Set.
Set? What, like the Egyptian god?
Yes, like the Egyptian god. It's not the Egyptian god.
Okay.
If you recall, Set was a lich from the histories
Ah.
that Mitra had fought and had supposedly vanquished.
Okay. So it looks like there's a secret church slash temple slash whatever to Set underneath this church slash temple to Mitra. That's interesting. Yeah, I will set about breaking him out of his bonds.
Okay, well, it's a strength athletics check.
Yep. I would ask to use my crowbar, except I don't actually know how that would help here. I guess if I were trying to pry the loop from the floor, but that seems harder to do than just breaking the chain.
Yeah, you would imagine most. This is medieval chain, so it's basically like a iron bar that's been bent into a loop.
Right.
So usually you break chain by just unbending it enough to slip the rings apart.
Hmm.
You can use a crowbar for that.
You could use a crowbar for that, yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I will use a crowbar for that.
Okay, well then you have advantage on your strength athletics check.
Yep. If he'll permit me, I'll try to do it close to the loop around his neck, so he doesn't have a big chain hanging off him.
Yeah, like he'll like move his neck around, like present it in like the optimal area. He wants to be freed.
All right. Good. I bite him. No.
Okay.
All right, yeah, you deftly just pull the chain apart. The chain clinking to the ground. He still has his collar around his neck, but you can tell it. He's breathing a little easier, as if a weight had been lifted from him. My thanks. And while I have nothing on my person, he taps the sarcophagus. This was the resting place of a warrior that has long since departed. He was buried with some valuables, and I'm sure for the purposes of fighting Set, it's permissible to requisition them. You should know, however, that the sarcophagus, despite also being locked, as he kind of fondles a padlock on the front of it, is also trapped within.
Mm.
I'm unsure as to how to disarm it. Also, I do have some healing capabilities. My role as cleric. Do any of you require medical attention?
Not yet, though we may.
I have a question. Do you know where, if they have a place where they keep people they capture, dungeons, cells, or any of that? Do you know of any place in here that fits that description?
I know that they have some type of holding pens below. I have never seen them myself. The followers of Set have occasionally taunted me with their existence and how they had captured some acolytes of Mitra and put them in there on years ago, however. It has been a long time since I have left this room and these halls.
Well, for starters, since I just had divine sense up, I would have been able to see if the coffin or sarcophagus was consecrated or desecrated, was it?
No, it was not.
Okay. Then does Eric want to have or take a shot at disarming the trap in the sarcophagus?
Picking the lock and disarming the trap. I will give you
I
guidance.
don't think it's locked. I think it's just trapped.
Well, there's a padlock on it.
Oh,
He
there's
He
a
mentioned that
padlock.
besides the padlock, the sarcophagus is also trapped.
Yeah, well, why don't you have a look at it?
Yeah, go ahead, Eric. It's all
Okay.
you.
So, what, you want me to unlock the lock? That's it?
And disarm the trap so we can open the sarcophagus.
Okay. I'll roll to disarm. I'll roll to unlock it first, I guess.
Okay. Well, that is a Thieves' Tools check to unlock the padlock.
I give you guidance.
Okay.
You have a D4.
Okay, awesome. So, same as before.
Okay, yeah. There's a click as the padlock opens, and a little thwup comes from it. Eric, I need a Constitution saving throw. There's this little needle sticking out of your hand.
Ah, god damn it. Okay, where's my con?
Yep. It
Saving
is a
throw, right?
con save versus poison.
Everything is set? No. Alright.
Okay. Yeah, you can feel burning in your hand, but you're able to resist the effects as you just kind of pluck the needle out. Stings a bit, but otherwise does nothing to you.
Can I tell if there are any other traps?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation. What is my investigation? Not very good.
As far as you can tell, there is no trap.
Well, I guess that's that.
Okay. I open the sarcophagus.
All right, as you open the sarcophagus, there's a twang, and a crossbow bolt shoots out, and misses you.
Nice. Well, I guess there was one more trap. What's in the sarcophagus?
Inside the sarcophagus, you can see a desiccated body, cloaked in a green scaled cape of exceptional make, worth approximately 800 gold pieces, a gold headdress worth 300 gold pieces, a jade collar worth 1,200 gold pieces, and his arms are crossed on top of his chest, the right hand holding an obsidian dagger worth 360 gold, the other a serpent-headed staff, which appears to be worth 110 gold pieces.
Oh, wow. Could you write that down under, please?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Because right now we don't have our resident mage. So I don't know detect magic, but I'm assuming that a couple of these items might be magical.
Well, in a second, once Ender isn't busy, I'm going to Divine Sense again.
Okay.
Nothing pings on Divine Sense.
Alright. Now, unfortunately, I think we were looking for weapons, and this guy doesn't really have any weapons.
Well, move on anyway and find.
Does anybody have a spare weapon for him?
Beta has a long sword.
That you're not using?
She's a blaster. She has it. She don't use it.
Yeah, maybe give it to him for now.
Oh, I also forgot to mention there is the crossbow in there that was rigged to shoot when you opened it.
Oh, well.
No bolts, just the crossbow.
Is the crossbow, does it have an actual trigger mechanism?
Yeah, it was just rigged up. Think like a shotgun on a door type deal.
Oh. I was thinking more like the M2 Bradley fucking M16.
No. Whoever set this up took normal crossbow and then just rigged it to shoot if you open the lid.
Well, now, do we know who this guy was?
He gave his name as Varus Vorum.
Oh yeah, right, Varus Vorum. So I'm wondering whether it would be right to remove all of this guy's stuff and then give them back to the church, since the church doesn't actually control this area. Or whether it would be better to leave it and just clear the place out and give it back to the church.
What's everyone's passive perception?
14.
Squash, you said 21?
11.
11. Okay.
Eric's probably got a high one, though.
Nah,
What's your passive?
lowest of the low. 9. Blind rogue. The mask really gets in the way of my eyes.
So, some
I'm
time.
writing all this down, Pete. I say we take all this. I'm taking all.
And do what with it?
We're gonna get it identified and then sell it.
Sell it? We can't sell it.
Why not?
These are religious relics.
I'm on Team Stud.
Unbelievable. These are relics of a holy order in their deep sanctum, which has been taken over by an evil cult. They need to be returned to their rightful owners. There's no reason to remove any of that stuff from
Very
the
well.
body
Then
in the first place.
we will take it all and return it to the church later after we find the Septimus.
No, what I'm saying is we should leave it.
No, we cannot leave it here for the cultists to take. Now that we've opened the locks and broke the seals, the cultists will come in here and find it and take it.
Okay, that
So
is a
we
good
are
point,
going-
actually.
Yeah, so we are going to take it.
Okay. And we should try blind attuning to these things just to see if they're magic. Later. Yeah, then we'll take all of this stuff for now to see if it's of use to us.
Okay. Yeah, you grab the valuable items.
Like, if any of these are magic items, I think there's a moral case to be made for keeping them in order to fight and subdue evil. But if we would just be selling them to whoever can pay for it, I don't think that would be morally justifiable.
Okay, then we have to get them tested first. None of us. We have to find our mage first.
No, I agree with that, but I think if we don't find our mage first, we should try blind attuning to them the old-fashioned way.
I mean, we could try that. However, I wouldn't recommend it because they could do anything, good or bad. We don't know that.
I mean, I'm willing to do it.
Let's put that on hold for him now. Let's stick a pin in that.
Yeah.
Find the mage.
Are you holding on to them, or do you want me to take them?
Have them all. I will put
Okay.
them in my bag and I'll take them with me. I have them all wrote down.
All right.
Except the light crossbow. I give the light crossbow to you because I don't need it.
No, I'll give the light crossbow to our old man friend whose name is
Varus.
Varus. Too many V's.
Yeah. Varus Vorum. We give him the crossbow?
Varus Vicarian.
Okay. We don't have any bolts. Does anybody have any bolts?
I do not have any bolts.
Eric, you use a bow, crossbow.
I have a short bow.
Well, we need bolts, not arrows.
Yeah, we need bolts.
Well, I suppose I could always club them over the head with it.
No, well, we have a sword for you to use.
Yeah, I'll give you a long sword. I
You
have
can
a
hold on to that for now, and if we find any bolts, they'll be yours to use.
I must
Yeah.
apologize. One of my tenets of faith is to use only blunt objects. Spilling blood is frowned upon.
Have you ever hit someone with a blunt object? You can spill a lot of blood doing that. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect your oath here, but that kind of seems like equivocation a little bit.
He shrugs. It's not mine to ask why, just to follow the prescriptions of the faith.
Is
Okay.
there any other way out of this room besides the way we
I mean,
came
if the prescription is only to use blunt weapons, then so be it. But if the prescription is
Yes.
not to spill blood, then you're going to have some problems.
The reason for the prescription is it is supposed to be more acceptable to bludgeon something to death than to spill its blood. The actual prescription is against the use of edged weaponry.
Well then.
I mean, yeah, it's because it makes so much more sense than ending something quickly with a sword slice than opposed to beating it to death.
Well, we have to respect his beliefs, and I give him my crowbar.
All right,
I almost forgot. You dropped this back at Black Mesa.
let's.
You do see he does have this little goatee going.
All right, which way is
So the only other feature in this room was an alcove to the southwest that appears to be empty.
All right, so we have to backtrack.
And the reason I asked about your past perception is because at this point you are hearing to the north of you what sounds like armored marching feet.
Fuck. Sounds like we have come.
And with your light source and your dark vision, you can see this would be about 60 feet away from you, 30 feet down that 10-foot wide hallway, a column of skeletons approaching, headed by by a skeleton in the middle in the front, and 2 stacks of 6 behind him. Each appears to be carrying a shield and a scimitar, like rigidly, like they're in like a parade march type setup. And they stop when they see you, and you can tell that they're beginning to move in a more aggressive actual combat phase. And you guys should roll initiative. You do hear Varus mutter something like, they come for me, and alright, well, it looks like Varus actually beat you all on initiative.
This when he turns on us.
And he begins to cast a spell.
Shit.
As right in front of that skeleton in the middle, a glowing spiritual mace appears and takes a swing at it. And I just have to look up. What's his attack bonus supposed to be? +4. Alright, clobbers him. Doesn't look like it did a whole lot to the skeleton, but it did do some damage.
God.
Let me be clear, it did full damage, just he didn't do a lot.
Yeah.
Alright, and that is, I think, all he does on his turn. Beta?
I start blasting.
Okay.
Eldritch blast. The yeah.
The one he just hit in the front? In the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, roll to hit. Well, the 24 hits.
Yeah.
The other just goes wide, really wide. Alright, that bloodies him. Anything else?
And that will be it.
Alright, squash.
Okay. I will begin by attacking a skeleton with the dancing longsword.
Okay. You attacking that same one out in front that's bloodied?
Yeah, we'll do that one.
Alrighty. It deflects off the shield, no hit.
Ah. In that case, I will have to rush into melee and attack it with my other sword.
Okay. You rush into melee with it. And hit it.
For 16 slashing.
Destroying it.
All right, and then one more attack on another skeleton nearby.
Well, there's a column of 12 of them right behind him, so...
I would like to get into melee with just one of them if I can.
Not really. It's a
corner.
2x6 column filling this 10-foot wide hall. So if you get into the front rank, you're in melee with both of them.
Yep, then I'll get in melee with both of them.
Okay. And hit. Are you going for the left or right one?
We'll do the left one.
Okay.
For 12 magical slashing.
And it looks to be near death.
All right, that's it.
All right, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn. What do you do?
How far are they?
They are 30 feet from you.
Do I have direct line of sight?
Yes.
Yeah, just this. So I'm gonna bonus action aim, and then shoot.
Are you aiming for the bloodied one? The near death one or the unhurt one?
Near death one.
All right, roll to hit.
Actually, what is my modifier for this fucking thing again? Oh, okay.
You miss.
17 misses a skeleton? Damn.
Yes. They appear to have these heavy shields that are taking quite a beating.
Okay.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, skeletons. Well, those first two in the rank squash are going to attack you with their scimitars. Does a 21 hit you? Pete? Pete! You're in the middle of fucking combat. You can't just walk away. Fine, they both hit. And then because he's only a 5 foot wide creature, the rest of the column is just going to move through his space.
Okay.
Pete, you here? Because you get an attack of opportunity if you're not. I mean, if you are. No? Okay. They just shuffle by the squash as he's paused.
Oh, God.
And filter into the room. Let's see here. Well, 4 of them are going to walk up to Eric.
4?
Yep.
Damn.
What's your AC?
16.
So they all hit.
Oh, dear
God
God.
damn.
Pete, what happened? Man, oh my
Dealing
God.
a total of 29
29.
points of slashing damage.
Holy shit.
4 of them
That was a
then.
large HP.
Yep. 4 of them go up to Beta.
Jesus.
What's Beta's AC?
Let me look. I was looking at ways to get out of this. She can shield, and none of those will hit.
Okay, is that what you do?
Yeah.
Alright, you shield, none of them hit. The other 2 walk up to Varys and try to hit him. They both hit.
Jesus.
Okay. Varys is not looking too good. And with that, it is now his turn. Ah.
Okay, I'm back. I had to get up for a sec.
You got attacked. Does a 16 hit you?
I don't believe so.
Well, what's your AC then?
No.
No, what's your AC?
They need a 20.
Okay, well they got a 21, so that'd be 7 points slashing damage to you.
Yep.
All right. Right. He is Well, there's some of these guys.
Got him.
He is going to cast a spell.
Isn't he a cleric? Can
He is a
burn
cleric.
undead?
He could, yes. But instead he's going to cast this. And within range. I need Eric, Sister Beta, and Squash to all make charisma saving throws.
Oh my god.
As you see him having taken a dark countenance to his face. Well, I forgot Squash had that amazing charisma.
I'm a paladin with 20 charisma.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you moved up and that you're not in your aura. So, Sister Beta and Eric, you guys fail and are now affected by Bane. You must subtract a D4 from all attack rolls and saving throws. His spiritual weapon then attacks as a bonus action, then attacks Squash.
Why did I have a feeling this guy was going to betray us?
And he misses. Alright, Sister Beta. There are 4 skeletons in melee with you.
This has gone on long enough. Beta as a bonus action, with her sword in hand, ignite, casts, hang on, what's it called? I know it's in here. I put it in here. Oh yeah. I cast Shadow Blade,
Okay.
and then I hit the first one closest to me.
Alright, that'd be one of the skeletons.
I hit.
That does not hit.
It does not hit. All right, I'm fuck. Is it action surge or no? I don't have action surge. Damn, I only have first level. I'm done. Fuck.
All right, Squash. So there are 2 skeletons in melee with you, one of which is near death.
And more importantly, I'm being attacked by our new friend.
Yeah, that spiritual weapons mace took a swing at you.
Well, it's a good thing I happen to know spiritual weapon is concentration, so I'm gonna start hitting him.
So you're going to walk over to him, provoking a bunch of attacks of opportunity?
No, I'm gonna hit him with my dancing longsword.
Oh, okay. That hits him.
For 9 slashing.
Okay, he's looking to be near death.
I think we should make these non-lethal. He could be getting possessed or something.
Bane, however, does remain in effect. Spiritual weapon is not a concentration spell. Bane is.
Yeah, that's right.
Should I roll initiative or is it all?
Yeah, if you want to fight.
Definitely roll initiative.
All right. Anything else, Squash?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep attacking the skeletons.
Okay. Well, there's 2 in melee with you. One's near death, the other unhurt. Which one are you attacking?
The near-death one.
Okay. That hits. And it is destroyed.
Now the other one, and I don't think that hits.
It does not.
Alright, and that's it.
All right. Eric, there are 4 skeletons in melee with you.
Yeah. Not fun. Thinking. Mm. Hmm. I'm going to, for my action, I'm gonna just attack one that I see
Okay.
with a rapier.
All right. Remember, you're at minus D4.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
You hit him.
Very nice. Damn. Okay, let's see. Swashbuck. I should get sneak attack, right? I'm pretty sure.
No, you did not have advantage. There's no other allies within melee of it.
Swashbuckler. There's a special thing.
Oh, swashbuckler. Sorry. Yeah, I think that one is if you're alone with an enemy, and as long as you hit it with a one-handed weapon, you're good.
Yeah, well, rapier is one-handed. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yes, sneak attack.
Plus and minus 3d6. Let me show you real quick. Yeah.
All right. As you destroy one of the 4 skeletons.
Sick.
All right. Anything else?
Those skeletons really did a number on me, so I think I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Okay.
And then move. What do I have? Wait, do I have mobile? Hold on. I do have mobile. I don't even need to use my bonus action. Yeah, I can just walk away.
Okay, where are you going?
40 feet away from these guys.
There is no such direction. You could back up about 20 feet before you hit the wall. You could try to go forward through their lines, and then you could go 60 feet, but you'd be, hoping that there's nothing else coming down that hallway. From the blood pool room.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. Which way do you want to go?
I think I'll go forward.
All right. How far can you
go? 40 feet.
All right. Well, that would actually put you about 10 feet past Squash, just past the skeletons he's fighting. Skeleton he's fighting, I should say. All right. Anything else?
I think that's it for now.
Okay. Skeletons. Well, there is that one fighting Squash, so it's going to take a swing at him. Does a 17 hit Squash?
No.
All right. Let's see. Then we got the 4 in front of Sister Beta.
They're at disadvantage to hit me.
Why?
The ring I'm wearing.
Ah!
Mithra's favor gives me protection from evil and good.
Ah, yes. I'd forgotten about that function. Yes.
Me too. I did too until I saw it.
Does an 18 hit you?
It does not.
Okay. Let's see. The 3 that were fighting Eric. Well, they can't reach Eric, but they can reach Squash, so they'll just stop and fight Squash then. Does a 17 hit Squash?
Nope.
All right. You are currently, however, surrounded, Squash, just so you know. Like wall to your right, and then skeletons all around you. The last 2 are, let's see. Yeah, he's currently on their side. So you're going to wander up to Afflista instead, moving away from the cleric, Varus. And take a couple of swings at Afflista. Does 21 hit Afflista?
I'm pretty sure those both hit. They do.
All right, dealing a total of 6 slashing damage to you.
I mean...
All right, now it's Varus' turn. Okay. Well, it's his bonus action. Yeah. It's his bonus action. He is going to have the mace take a swing at Squash. Does I don't think a 13 hits you.
Nope.
And then he is going to take that crossbow you gave him and try to club Afflista over the head with it. And misses. And that is it for him. Afflista.
So what's in melee with me right now? 2 skeletons and a dude?
And a decrepit old guy in tattered robes who just took a swing at you with a crossbow. So you didn't have any bolts for it. He also looks to be near death.
I'm just gonna have my skeletons beat the crap out of him.
How are you doing that? Because they're his skeletons at the moment.
I'm also a necromancer. I've got the skeleton from Gilbert's bag.
Oh.
The ones left behind in my room, who we picked up out of a ditch that the spiders had made.
I'd forgotten about those. Okay.
So yeah, they're just gonna smack this dude.
Okay.
Lethal. Should I roll them all at once, or
Yes.
one at a time?
If you're having him just mass into this guy, yeah, roll them all at once.
To hit. 1,000 exclamation.
All right, that's 3 hits.
Plus cancer stuff. 16 damage.
All right, and you said that you were having him do non-lethal?
Wait, that should be 26. I forgot the 5 from the other two. my brain working today.
Okay. Yeah, he goes down, just clunk, falls unconscious. Bane ends.
All right.
Anything else?
And then for my action, I'd like to pick up his crossbow and smack one of the skeletons that was stabbing me with.
Okay. Yeah, you grab his crossbow that he dropped. Roll to hit. Treat this as a club.
Ooh, a club. Oh, sweet. I am not proficient with that.
Yeah, neither was he. That's why he only had a +1.
Alright, this could be funny, and I only do 1 damage. Damn, it wasn't funny. But that is for bludgeoning.
Alright, well, it does seem to be especially effective against the skeletons. As you bloody one of them with it.
That is it for me.
Alright, Beta. There are 4 skeletons in melee with you.
It's gonna start whacking skeletons.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Damn
Miss.
it. Can I see? Wait, let me double check something first. Okay. Can I see Eric?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to, as a bonus action, I'm gonna use healing light, and I am going to heal him.
Oh, thank you.
5 points.
I'll
Damn.
take what I can get.
I mean, I have been sucking my rolls tonight, man. The dice are not my friend. I am done.
Alright, Squash. There are now 4 skeletons around you.
Alright, I will continue to fight them. Are any of them near death?
No, in fact, they are all unhurt.
Alright, one of them will get the dancing longsword.
Okay. No.
It will get the non-dancing longsword.
No. Deflects off his shield.
God damn it.
And no.
Well, if I could roll above a 10, maybe I would hit them.
Maybe.
But oh well. That's it for me.
Alright, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing in melee with you at the moment.
Nice. Do I have any line of sight on any more skeletons?
Yeah, you have a direct line of sight on the 4 that have basically bullied Squash up against the wall.
Hmm. How far are they?
The closest one is 10 feet away from you.
10. I can still shoot, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll aim and shoot.
Okay. Roll to hit.
The Bane is off, right?
Bane is off.
Nice. Hold on.
And you hit a skeleton.
Nice. Okay. And I should get sneak attack.
Yes. That skeleton is destroyed.
Nice.
Anything else?
That is all I can really do for now.
Alright. Well, skeletons, let's see. Those 3 are going to attack Squash. Does a 20 hit Squash?
20 does hit.
19?
No.
Okay. So that one hits you for 3 points of slashing
For
damage.
0 points of slashing damage.
Nice. All right, the other 4 go for Beta. Does 22 hit Beta?
I can shield and it will not.
Is that what you do?
Yes.
All right, you shield, it misses. And then the other 2 go for Afflista. Does 18 hit Afflista?
Yeah, that'll hit.
All right, dealing a total of 12 points of slashing damage to you.
Ow. Maybe I should have shielded. That blooded me.
All right, let's see. Varus is unconscious. Does he explode? No explosion. All right, Afflista.
I have proven that I'm the cooler wizard by being better in melee already, so I'm going to drop the crossbow. And where did I put the spell? I'm going to cast Thunderwave on these 2, if I can hit only them.
Yes, you could angle it such as you hit only them and the wall behind them.
Perfect. Con saves.
Oops, it's supposed to be +2, so 8 and a 17.
17 passes.
Okay.
8,
Yeah, I figured the 8 failed.
8 thunder damage. On the failed gets pushed 10 feet away if he's able to.
Well, he would, except that he's now in pieces. He's gone.
Alright. And then my skeletons are going to just smack this one until it falls over.
All right, roll to hit.
These days.
No.
Yep, that hits. That hits.
That hits, yeah.
7 damage. God, I forgot the +3. That's 10 damage, actually.
All right, that destroys the skeleton next to you.
Alright, and then can I see the 2 that are fighting Squash? Or is it 4?
There's 3, and not from your current angles. You can, however, see the 4 that are around Sister Beta.
Alright. I'll bring my skeletons over there, and if we can't reach it this turn, the 2 remaining skeletons will just shoot them.
Oh, no, they can reach him.
Alright, wonderful.
Only that 24 hits.
Ooh.
Yeah, they got shields.
9.
Okay, yeah, you damage one of the skeletons, bloodying it next to Beta.
Yeah, and I'll stay like 15 feet, a little bit out of melee.
Okay.
And that's gonna be it for me.
All right, Sister Beta, there are 4 skeletons around you, one of which is bloodied.
I'm gonna try to hit the bloody one.
All right, roll to hit. You hit.
Finally. Ten points psychic damage.
It is destroyed.
Yay, I'm done.
Okay, Squash. Still 3 around you.
Dancing longsword.
Hits.
Is one of them bloodied or injured?
No.
Or... Okay.
There were previously 4, but one of them got destroyed by Eric.
That's 10 slashing to one of them.
All right, that one's near death.
Sam 1.
Hit. Destroyed.
And the next one. Okay,
Miss.
that's it for me.
All right, Eric.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Is Squash still fighting a skeleton?
Yeah, he's got two of them in melee with him.
Oh, two of them? I thought there was only one left. Okay. Aim, shoot one.
Rolled it. That it? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And destroyed.
Nice.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right, skeletons. Well, that one survivor around you, Squash, is going to take a swing at you. 21. For 5 points of slashing damage. All right, Beta, the three around you take swings at you. I think they all miss, don't they?
Yep.
All right, that is it for the skeleton. Varus does not explode. Afflista.
Still 3 around beta? Or...
There are still 3 around Beta.
Alright, skeletons are going to start punching them until they explode.
Okay, rolled it. Miss. Miss. Hit. Bloodied.
Right.
Miss.
Alright, then my list is the sheet. I'm going to cast Frostbite on the one that hasn't getting shot.
Huh?
I'm casting Frostbite on the one that hasn't been getting beat up.
Okay, so which one? There's 3 total, only one of which has been
right.
bloodied.
Let's go with the one in the middle.
Okay.
Constitution save. That fails. Disadvantage on its next attack, and 8 cold damage.
Bloodied.
Alright.
Anything else? Alright, Beta. There are 3 skeletons around you, 2 of which are bloodied.
We'll hit a bloody one again.
Alright, roll a hit. Hit. And destroyed. Anything else?
No.
Alright, Squash.
Dancing longsword of last
Miss. But you hit.
416 magical slashing.
It is just wiped out by that. No more skeletons around you.
We had to finish?
No, there's still some around Beta.
Oh. Then I will run over there and hit one of them.
Okay, do you want the bloodied one or the uninjured one?
Oh, the bloodied one.
Okay, roll a hit. You hit. You destroy it, leaving 1 skeleton remaining.
And I'm done.
Alright, Eric.
One remaining.
Yes,
Right.
by Beta and Squash.
Can I aim and shoot it?
Yes.
Epic.
You hit.
Nice.
And annihilate the skeleton. You guys are, at this point, out of initiative.
Nice.
Varys unconscious on the floor, surrounded by bits of bone. As you stand in this crypt. So, what do you guys want to do now?
Well, how long is old boy gonna be unconscious?
Well, probably at least an hour.
You want to take a short rest and watch him, or what?
Might as well. I don't.
Okay, so you guys are taking a short rest in this crypt?
Yeah, this room is the only way in. Is there's only one door into this room. Yeah, this would be a good place.
Yep, the only way in is that hallway to the north the skeletons came down. Okay. You guys sit around. An hour passes. You have successfully completed a short rest. Varys does not awaken.
Are these skeletons by chance recyclable? Is there enough of the skeleton left intact to cast Animate Dead on them again?
No, I'm going to say that to end the animation, you have to break them in such a way that they're not really functional anymore.
Damn. All the things we could have invented, and it's disposable, inexhaustible labor source. Roll my hit dice.
Yeah, like a skeleton's hit points are basically its structural integrity. When you hit 0, you basically break it, and it, even if you were to animate it, it would still just be bits of bone. It wouldn't be a skeleton. It wouldn't work.
Is there a way we can secure, tie up? What's his name?
Well, he does have that iron collar on still, and there is that chain, set into the floor.
Hmm. Well, if I'm strong enough to bend the chain, I should be strong enough to bend it back into shape.
That is a reasonable assumption. You could make an attempt with a strength athletics check.
All right. I will do so.
Okay. Yeah, you sit there pounding, but it's not really bending all that much.
I'll continue trying.
Okay.
I'll give you guidance.
Would having
I think that'll do.
Yeah, as you bend that link back into place, linking him back to the floor.
All right. Sorry, I didn't know if you were evil or if there was just something wrong with you, but you're staying here.
I mean, he's still unconscious.
I know.
do you want me to?
So, did the skeletons have anything?
Yes. They had 13 damaged but still serviceable scimitars and 13 kite shields.
Anybody need any of that?
I already have a shield.
Would my skeletons be able to use a shield?
I believe so.
All right, I'll take them. Um, are skeletons able to use a sling?
Yes.
Right. Gonna go ahead and give all of them a sling and some ammo for 'em.
Okay.
If I remember, that's one of the only like single-handed ranged weapons aside from darts and hand crossbows.
Mm-hmm. Certainly the cheapest one.
Well, I think darts are like 5 copper.
Yeah, but they're
Um,
darts.
Yeah, and I guess with
Alright.
the sling ammo being sold by the score, it's cheaper in the long run.
But don't look down on the humble dart. It's a powerful weapon.
I mean, it's fine. It's just it's 5 copper per dart.
I always like that you can technically parry with darts because they're finesse weapons.
Mm-hmm. Could dual wield them.
Yeah. It's 5 copper per dart or 5 slingshots per copper.
Anyway, so can we move on?
Well, what do you guys want to do? You're just standing in this crypt.
I think we can move on.
Yeah, we can go back out. Since this is the only way in, we'll go back out the way we came.
All right. Yeah, you head back up that 60-foot long, 10-foot wide hallway to the 30 by 60 room with the bowl of blood on a pedestal in the center. North wall is painted to resemble a large couple of eyes. To the west is an open pair of thin double doors, like closet doors.
We know when we go out those doors and hang a right, it goes into the goes underground temple.
That'd be the left.
I'll be back.
Is that where we're going? Squash? Pete?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go back out and hang at left and head into the dark room with the pews and the stones and all that.
All right. Yeah, as you head into this large chamber, you can see that the finished hall has a polished, inlaid black marble tile floor. The east and west walls are decorated with engravings depicting a serpent-like deity wreaking chaos and destruction. 5 rows of varnished oak pews, divided equidistantly by 2 walkways, occupy this nave. The front of the temple seems to be the main worship area, complete with 4 gold braziers. You can see some, what looks to be like wood and coal stacked up in there, though they're currently not lit. And flanked by curtains on the south wall. An 8-foot tall statue of a heroically proportioned male human with the head of a jackal and scaly skin stands in the center place of honor. The statue looks like this.
Ah, it's the Egyptian god Set.
Also, so you're coming in on the northeast corner of the room, and kind of looking out, seeing all of this. In the north center of the room is a set of stairs ascending. And in the northwest, another 20-foot wide hallway leading north but level.
Stairs going down, you say?
No, ascending.
Ascending. Going up.
Oh, this ain't the way.
Yeah, as you guys kind of file in a little more, your light source kind of flickering onto the curtains to the south. You can see that painted. It was hard to see with dark vision, but with light, it's plainly visible. Just painted color, basically. You can see it depicting Mitra, the paladin you saw in that shrine. However, this depiction of him is as a weak, senile, and perverse figure. Moving left to right, his death is depicted in graphic detail, to the delight of a triumphant Set and his followers.
Alright, this has got to be the Church of Set. So do you want to go up, or...
I think we should keep looking for a way down.
Yeah.
We could go back to that room with the tile. You want to try that?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I think we do that.
What room with the tile?
The room that we looked into before at the south end of that long hallway.
That's where you are currently.
Oh. Okay, I didn't realize that.
It's what Beta said he wanted to go to. The place, the tile, the pews, the statue, the braziers, the curtain, and the engraved walls. That he correctly identified as some type of religious nave is here. So you entered from the northeast, looking south into this room. Also on the north wall, there are two other exits. One in the center, a set of stairs ascending, and in the northwest, another 20-foot wide hall leading north.
Well, we better go to the northwest then.
Okay.
Okay.
So you walk across, behind the pews, and look to the north. It is a 20-foot wide hall, going at least 60 feet in darkness.
Yeah, we head down it.
Is that the way you want to go?
Yep.
All right. Continue to move.
Okay. You go up. You realize that after the 60 feet, it's immediately a corner that turns to the left, to the west. And as you get there, you see another hallway leading at least 60 feet to the west.
For a penny in for a pound, we'll keep going.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That hallway continues 80 feet before turning to the north. And when you get to that corner, after 40 feet to the north, you can see another curtain with light coming around the edges.
Did we come all the way around in a circle?
No, this is a different curtain, I think.
All right, we'll go up and let's open this up.
Yeah, let's open the curtain.
Okay, you walk up and pull the curtain aside, revealing a large chamber lit well with braziers. Immediately to the north of you, along the left wall, the west wall, is a closed single wooden door. Opposite this curtain is a closed pair of wooden doors. So you're in the southwest corner of this room. To the northeast corner of the room, you can see an open curtain leading to another 20-foot wide hall leading east.
We came around in a circle. Well, we found
This
our way.
expansive chamber is filled with flagstone floor. Fine curtains in good condition line the north, east, and south walls. Not just the doorway, but the entire walls are covered with curtains. It is softly illuminated by 5 battered bronze braziers, each located at the point of a pentagram, engraved on the floor with like chalk-like lines. In the center of the pentagon is a golden bowl.
Okay.
Want to have another shot at this?
I don't know what we should do. What should we do? Want to try one of the doors or fuck with the brazier?
We could try the doors.
The single door?
Yeah.
Or the double door?
All right, you walk up to the single closed door, taking care not to enter the pentagram. Unless you don't care and you're perfectly fine walking and trampling across the pentagram.
No, let's not.
Okay. Yeah, it looks to be a closed wooden door. Hinges are on this side, so it opens towards you.
We open it.
All right, you open it, revealing a set of carved stone stairs ascending at least 60 feet to darkness.
Everything's going up, man. We want to go down. Why are we going up and everything?
How the hell did we end up on the bottom floor of this place by going in from the top? What the hell?
We fell down a 20-foot shaft. I mean,
The layout of this place makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I hate this.
I am so confused. I guess we'll take this. You want to take the stairs? You want to hit the double doors?
Well, we haven't gone down the hallway with the mist yet. Do you want to try that?
That's across from us through the other curtain, isn't it?
Well, I don't remember exactly where it is, but I remember we passed by it.
Fuck it, might as well. Hell.
Is that what you guys are doing?
Well, there were also those double doors we didn't go through.
There are a pair of double doors to the north.
I still say that's a boss room, but we just had a short rest, so fuck it, let's go.
Yeah. Okay, let's try the boss room. We'll go there first.
Okay. Yeah, you go to those double doors, flinging them open. The other side, you can see a 20-foot wide hall that is like you're coming in from the south into this hallway, and it immediately turns to the left, to the west. It only goes about 20 feet before the walls and the floor give way from masonry and flagstone to natural stone cavern as it begins to arc to the north.
You went a short rest. So we can move on around the corner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, so you're going forward into the natural stone cavern?
Yeah.
Alright. Hey, you move forward. You can see that the cavern arcs to the north, where it then encounters a 5-way intersection, with one of the ways being the way you're looking into it. Options to go left, forward, or right. You can hear to the left, like what sounds like scratching and sniffing sounds, like some type of animal or animals.
How far into the adventuring day are we?
About 4 hours.
So do you want to go where the dogs are, or do you want to go the other way?
If we think we're running to some big fight, could I get another batch of skeletons?
Don't you need bodies?
What was that?
Don't you need bodies to make skeletons?
There were more in Duodecius's bag, wasn't there?
Duodecius is not present.
There were 2 that were sitting in the hotel room, in the room at the inn, I believe.
Okay. And these guys have enough carry weight capacity to have your stuff with them without having Twidget here?
I don't have a whole lot of stuff.
You have a couple of bodies, you just said.
The skeletons.
Okay. They're not weightless.
I don't know. Let's see.
But didn't he bring those to life?
Off person inventory that we were hauling around: 3 humans, 2 dwarves, 1 elf, 1 gnome. I'm just saying what was present that I, would have been left at the room.
Oh God, Twitchett is here.
What the party brought, that's a whole different matter. I'm just
Oh, hey,
Say what I
Twitchett
had.
just appeared, so he's got your stuff.
okay.
So I guess this is irrelevant.
Yay!
Oh, I can unmark who you ran into Duodecius.
No, you've not run into Duodecius. Aphlisto was asking if you could pull some of the apparent corpses that are just hanging out in Duodecius' stuff.
Yeah, he's got like
Skeletons, and they're in a bag marked "Return to Church."
Oh,
We've been to the church twice.
you're
now.
in a church.
So you've missed a lot, Twitchett. We found a guy, saved him. He turned on us. We chained him back up, left him hanging in his room.
And we're trying to go to a lower floor in this place because that's where the prison cells should be. But every staircase that we find, for some reason, leads up. Even though we're on, like, the first basement level. We didn't fall, like, 100 feet down that shaft, did we?
No, it's only 20 feet.
Yeah, okay, so what the hell? I guess all of these are just different ways of getting to the surface.
Doesn't seem very strategic. All right, so we're continuing down this corridor.
Well, right, I'm saying that you're standing at this in this corridor, looking at this multi-way intersection in front of you. You can go left, forward, or right. To the left, you can hear scratching and sniffing that sounds like animals. And then Aphlisto had a question for you. Like, I believe he was directing that at the party, like if the party wanted to wait for him to do that.
Wait, to do what?
Get some more skeletons, because I've got a few level 3 spell slots.
Yeah, we can wait for that.
And we've got 4 more bodies.
I think Twidget was keeping track of Duodecius' inventory.
I just have Duodecius' inventory.
Oh, all right, Duodecius, sorry, what was the skeleton count in your bag?
So, assuming all the original ones were lost, that was, I believe, 3 humans and a dwarf.
Okay.
Aphlisto, how many can you summon?
I can summon another 6. I'd be using.
I mean, how many did you summon the first time?
4.
Okay, so that was probably 3 humans and a dwarf. So that leaves a dwarf, elf, and gnome.
All right. I'll grab that last dwarf elf then. Just stick with the 2.
Okay, I believe it takes a minute to cast that spell.
1 minute, yes.
Okay, well, you spend the minute casting spells over the dwarf and the elf skeleton. For some reason, you guys have encased the dwarf, the gnome, in lead and sealed it away.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. It's like you inherently distrust gnomes. And yeah, you get a couple of skeletons out of it.
The smaller they are, the less useful they are as
Right.
stepping stools. All right. I'll give the 2 new skeletons a shield and sling, some ammo, and good to go.
Okay. Well, then what do you guys do? You're staring at this intersection.
Twitchett took off down the left hallway.
Oh, well, there we go.
Okay. You run down that left hallway.
Does Twidget have a light source or dark? Oh, he's a gnome, right?
120 dark vision.
Yeah. So you turn that corner and probably come to a skidding stop immediately as you realize that the cavern that is about like 5 feet in front of you is 60 feet in diameter. The air is damp and water drips with a steady rhythm from the low ceiling. The ground is a carpet of pale white fungus with some growths reaching a foot or more in height. A small crack is visible on the north wall, which looks like you might be able to squeeze through. and you see 20 giant rats sniffing around, some of them starting to look towards you. And that's when you realize they probably can smell you, and you should roll initiative.
Twitch's memory is jogged.
Oh, rats.
Squash, you can roll initiative. Eric? Because the squeak squeak is about to occur.
Oh, I assumed that because he ran like just a random
It's like
direction.
right immediately there.
Yeah, he said he runs down the left corner. I said, all right, you go to that left corner. It's like immediately opens up to a chamber, and it's filled with rats. Big, giant rats. And they notice him because he wasn't hiding. All right.
First, you good roll.
Squash, you here? Pete? Okay.
Peter.
All right, Eric, what do you do?
Do I see any rats?
No, Twitch is the one who ran ahead and went down that left corridor.
Alright, I'll walk forward 40 feet.
All right, well, 20 feet would get you to that entrance, where you can see these 20 rats. The closest of which is 20 feet away from you.
Alright, good enough for shooting. I can't aim, so just regular shoot.
Okay. That hits the rat.
Nice. Do I get like at this not disadvantage, but at ranged? I think so.
I don't think so. There's no one in melee with it. In Swashbuckler, I believe, is melee only.
Let me check.
Swashbuckler.
Just in
Action.
Yeah, it's
Don't
melee,
need
buddy.
advantage.
It's 5 feet.
Okay. So I had this.
All right. That kills a rat.
Nice.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Sister Beta.
I blast the rat.
Well, are you moving forward then to where Eric is, 20 feet forward, to see the rats? Okay. Yeah, you move to Eric at the entrance to this room. And yeah, 19 rats. Squeak, squeak. One hit.
Six points force damage.
That bloodies a rat.
Sorry.
All right. Twidget.
How wide's the hallway?
10 feet. No.
Mm,
Yep. 10 feet.
okay. Yeah, just shoot with a light crossbow then, I guess.
Okay. Roll to hit. Miss.
Oh, that's it for me.
All right. All right. The rats, as they surge forward, go squeak, squeak. Two of them, with their normal movement, are able to get into melee with Twidget. The rest taking the dash action to kind of surround Twidget and to also fill in and basically block the front of Eric and Sister Beta. There are 19 rats in total now packing into this entrance area.
Oh my god.
And a little bit into the room, because it can't all fit. Alright, but only 2 of them are going to make attacks. They're both on you, Twidget.
Alright.
Does a 17 hit Twidget?
Reaction shield.
Okay, you reaction shield and block the rats. That is it for the rats. Aflista.
My skeletons and I are gonna move up until we have line of sight of the rats.
Okay, yeah, you guys move up right behind Eric and Sister Beta. And you can just see a sea of rats and Twidget.
We're gonna just start shooting the ones that are furthest from Twidget first.
Okay, furthest from Twidget. Got it.
Roll pairs for whatever kills.
1 hit.
22.
2 hits. 1 hit.
1 hit.
Near death.
2 hits.
Is that targeting the near death one?
I'm just having them.
Okay, they each picked a different target. Got it.
Yeah.
Alright, that kills a rat.
And then 1 hit on the last.
And that one is also near death.
Alright, then I am going to cast Frostbite on the first one that was hit near death.
Okay, so that'd be the one near Twidget.
Yeah, Constitution saving throw. 18 does pass, so no damage.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. That's
All
it for me.
Alright, Squash.
Okay. How far away is the furthest rat?
So you move 20 feet up to give even line of sight on them. And then it
I'll
would
do that.
be... Alright, and it would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40... About 50 feet away to the furthest rat.
Alright, that is good enough.
Wait, no, sorry, 30 feet, not 50. I miscounted.
That's better. I need all of the rats to make a wisdom saving throw as I use Channel Divinity, Conquering Presence.
Okay. Wisdom, right?
Yep, wisdom. Okay, they need a 16 to pass, so only 2 passed.
Yep.
Oh yeah, sorry.
3.
4.
Oh yeah, 418. I missed that one.
Yeah. Go back to my character sheet here. Well, they all get the frightened condition except for the 4 that passed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. They each get a sword at the end of their turn.
Alright. That's going to be annoying.
It is going to be annoying.
Alright. And that's it. Eric.
That's it. Oh wait, no, sorry. I still have my my melee attack.
You're currently not in melee. You'd have to push into melee past Eric and Sister Beta, and then you'd have to
Dancing
retreat because there's
longsword.
nowhere to stand.
Dancing longsword.
Ah, okay.
I'll pick one of the ones in melee with Twidget.
Okay. You can do that. Rats are small and can just fly above them.
Yep. Ooh. It's a shame we're not just fighting a few big creatures, or else I would smite on that. But oh well.
Yeah, well, that slays the rat.
Ah well, doesn't matter. Now I'm done.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 rats in melee with you.
Rats everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Rapier time, I guess.
That misses the rat.
Think. Hold the line, I guess, for now. Make sure the rats don't spill out more.
Okay. Sister Beta.
Blast them.
Okay, well, there are 3 rats in melee with you.
Oh, no shit. Then I draw my sword and hit one.
Okay. That hits.
Was any of them wounded beforehand?
No. That bloodies it, though.
Okay. And that's all I can do.
All right. Twidget. There are rats all around you. You are completely surrounded.
Too close for missiles, switching to guns. Pull out the short sword.
Okay. That hits.
One off.
And sorry, were you going for one of the wounded ones in melee with you, or one of the unwounded ones?
I don't think Twidget really would have paid attention.
Okay.
Whatever one was directly in front of him.
That was probably the wounded one that people shot before, so it's dead.
Is it?
Alrighty. The rats. Well, you killed one, but there was actually more than enough to surround you, so they'll just fill in, and then all 8 are going to make attacks on you, Twidget. Let's see. So, of the 8, 6 are frightened. Which will actually just be a flat roll. Does a 20 hit Twidget?
Shield.
Okay, you shield. Then the 2 that aren't frightened. You shielded, so that would block the nat 20. That would not block the nat 20, though.
Nope.
And that one bites you for 3 points of piercing damage.
It tickles.
All right, and then we got, let's see, the 3 in front of Eric, which is 2 not frightened, or sorry, 2 frightened, not 1 not frightened. Oops, I meant that to be a +4, so that'd be. So does a 19 hit Eric?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so 2 of them bite you for a total of 8 points of piercing damage.
Ouch. That hurt.
And the other 3 go for Beta. Beta, does a 20 hit you?
I can shield and it won't.
Do you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right, you shield, and the rats don't hit. Then at the end of their turn, let's see how many are left that are still frightened. 12 of them.
It's 2, 3 more that are not frightened anymore.
9
are still frightened.
Yeah. All right. Just making sure I got the ones marked correctly, and that is the rats of Lista.
Skeletons are going to volley fire again.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Paste. One, 2, 3 pairs.
All right, 1 hit, 2 hit, 1 hit. Okay. Dead rat. dead rat. And a dead rat.
Alright. Then I'm going to cast Frostbite on another rat. The biggest rat, if there is one that stands out at all.
There is not.
Closest to Twidget then.
Okay, closest to Twidget.
Con save from that rat. That is 8 cold damage,
Alright, near death.
and then disadvantage on its next attack. And that's it for me.
Okay, Squash.
All right. Are there any rats around me?
No. You've got an Eric and a Beta between you and the rats.
Okay, that's fine. I will make another attack against one in melee with Twidget using the Dancing Longsword.
Okay. Do you want the near death one or an uninjured one?
That would have been your death one.
Okay. Edits. Dead rat.
9 slashing. Alright. And then, if the 2 people in front of me will let me through, I will wade into the fray and start splatting rats.
Well, there's just a line of enemies on the other side, so you'd still have to like use your bonus action or an action to tumble or overrun their space if you want to get past them.
To overrun my allies?
No, to overrun the rats. Your allies are occupying the 2 squares there, so they can let you through. That's fine. You can move through ally spaces, but you can't stand there. So you'd have to then back up, provoking a bunch of attacks of opportunity after you attack, unless you overrun the rats.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That is annoying. I don't suppose I can attempt to overrun my allies in a way that would force them to move behind me. Actually, how about this? I will pick up Ophisto and just pull her out of melee so that I can go in there instead.
Eric or Sister Beta? Ophisto is next to you.
Ah, yes. I will pick up Eric.
Okay. Yeah, you can use your action to grapple Eric and just kind of pull him back while you step forward.
Yep. And now I am in melee.
Yes, and Eric is not. Anything else?
Okay, it works for me.
That is basically one attack. If you have multi-attack, you still have an attack.
Yep. I don't have multi-attack, however, I do have extra attack.
That's what I meant. I've been staring at stat blocks too long.
I'm just being a pedant. Honestly, it should really be one mechanic anyway. It's weird that they made it 2 different things.
It isn't, because extra attack is always just +1 attack. Multi-attack is special, like you can have 3, 5, or 7 attacks.
Yeah.
Anyway, that hits.
For 16 magical slashing.
As you squash a rat.
Alright. Yes, I do. And that's it.
Alright, Eric, you've been pulled back and are no longer in melee with any rats.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Can I still see the rats?
Yes, you can see all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Brilliant.
Yeah, I pulled you out of there because you're a ranged fighter, or you have the ability to fight at range.
Yeah, you can see all 11 rats that remain.
Okay. Since he pulled me back, that doesn't take away my ability to aim, no?
Correct.
No,
You
you
were
moved.
moved and then released. You're fine.
You didn't
Okay.
move on your turn. That's the only specification.
Alright. I'm just checking.
Yep, it says
yeah,
your move becomes 0.
I'll aim and shoot, I guess.
Okay, which one are you shooting? Because there's 3 in front of Beta, 2 in front of Squash, and 6 around Twidget.
Probably one
they
of the
killed 2
ones
of my
around
friends.
Twidget.
Okay, well, the ones around Twidget. Roll to hit. That hits.
Nice.
All right, that is an X rat.
Nice.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, Sister Beta, there are 3 rats in melee with you right in front of you.
I continue to hit the rats.
Okay, do you want one of the 2 uninjured ones or the near death one?
The near death one.
All right, roll to hit. Miss.
I miss. I suck.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, Twidget, there are 5 rats around you. And a bunch of rat corpses, and then on the other side of these rats, you can see 3 in melee with Beta and 2 in melee with Squash.
All right. Can I, without breaking melee, reposition myself to be closer to the party?
No, you would provoke at least 3 attacks of opportunity if you do that.
Okay. Oh.
Like, they're still surrounding you, it's just there's gaps now.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Let's see. With 25 feet of movement, if I bonus action disengage, can I get through the rat line?
Yes, Squash opened up a hole when he killed that
Squash
rat.
open up a hole? Okay. Then I will do that. Bonus action disengage and make a break for it.
Okay, 25 feet would put you just on the other side, right behind Squash.
Then we find out the rats have sentinel.
Nope, they don't. You move and you are behind Squash. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll take a shot.
Okay. Which one are you shooting?
Whatever one's weakest.
All right, the bloodied one, or the near death one in front of Beta.
Never mind.
Well, you put Squash and Beta between you and this rat. Roll a d2. We'll just go in Discord
I
order.
already had the damage. I already had the damage typed up, so I just threw a D2 on the end.
Okay. So Sister Beta, you get shot in the back of the shin for like 7 points of piercing damage.
Ow!
You hear the child cackling manically.
The child has also turned on the party.
Beta has no problem killing a child.
All right. Anything else from Twitch?
I love Mister. Oh no, that's it for me.
All right. Rats. Well, the 3 rats in front of Sister Beta are going to attack her. Does a 20 hit Sister Beta?
No, I can shield. It won't hit.
Okay. Let's see. The rat in front of Squash, it is frightened. And then one of the unfrightened rats will move up to replace that rat you killed, Squash.
Mm.
Yeah, you can see that it looks like that there are 2 rats that are unable to actually get into melee with you or Sister Beta because they're frightened. The other 3 have no problems moving forward, one of which fills that hole. Does a 20 hit Squash?
Yes.
18?
No.
Okay, so that 1 rat bites you for 4 points of piercing damage.
Ow, he just barely hurt me.
Right. Let's see. And then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frightened ones will make their wisdom save.
They need a 16.
Well, number 3, which is 1, 2. Oh, that's the near death one in front of Sister Beta. How lucky. All right, Aphista.
I'm gonna have the skeletons open fire again.
Okay.
I'm gonna I'm gonna start shooting at the ones near Beta.
All right, shooting near Beta. Got it. 2 hits. 2 hits. 2 hits.
Uh, p- one.
All right.
Volley.
Yeah, as they just volley down all 3 rats in melee with Sister Beta.
And then I'm gonna frostbite another one near Squash. Or not Squash, Twidget.
Twidget's not in melee with any of them. He got out of there.
One of the ones that was in melee with Twidget then.
Okay.
Con save. 6 cold damage, disadvantage on its next attack, and that's my turn.
All right. Yeah, that bloodies it. Squash. There are 3 rats in melee with you.
Were there any rats in melee with Twidget out in the middle?
No, Twidget ran through that hole you made last turn, and he's behind you currently.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And then he shot Sister Beta. That hits.
He's still smiling.
It's to 1 rat.
That is a dead rat. That also hits.
Another rat.
Another dead rat. Anything else? That also hits.
And another dead rat.
And another dead rat. You've cleared out all 3 in front of you.
Now I'm done.
All right. Eric. There are 4 rats remaining. They're not in melee with anybody.
Oh. How far?
10, 15, 15, 20.
I'll shoot the closest one. Well, I'll aim and shoot first.
Okay. Hit.
Hey.
And that's a dead rat.
Hey. That's it.
All right, Sister Beta. There are no rats in melee with you.
Can I see any more?
Yeah, there are 3 more. About 10, 15, 15 from you. Well, yeah, those both hit. Mm-hmm.
Can I separate these 2?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you injure that 1 rat and the other rat.
Well, then I'm just going to hit the same one if I didn't kill it.
Okay. That's a dead rat.
I'm done.
All right. Twidget. There are 2 rats visible.
Alright, target nearest.
Say again?
Targeting nearest.
Okay. Miss.
Alright, that's it.
All right. Let's see. Well, one of these rats is frightened. The other is not. The unfrightened rat charges Sister Beta. And misses. The other rat is still frightened. Aphista.
Skeletons are going to club that rat.
Okay. They miss.
Right. 2 more are gonna step up and club the rat.
They both hit. They clubbed the rat that charged Beta to death.
The last 2 are gonna sling that last rat.
And miss.
Yeah,
That last rat is
going-
bloodied, by the way.
Alright. And then frostbite on the rat. Con save. 6 cold.
And the rat finally perishes. You guys are out of initiative. As you look into the 60-foot diameter rough stone chamber, the air is damp. Water drips in a steady rhythm from the low ceiling. The ground is a carpet of pale white fungus, with some growths reaching a foot or more in height. On the north wall, you can see a large crevice in the wall that looks like a small creature could squeeze through it.
No.
Hee
No.
hee.
I'm gonna have 2 of my skeletons grab Twidget like by the scruff of his neck.
Twitch is already gone.
Well,
He's
I
getting up that
suppose
crack.
have Twidget and the skeletons roll initiative, and let's see which if they can grab Twidget before he just runs.
Right.
I suppose since they go on your turn, it'd be your initiative of Fallista. You'd be ordering them to grab them. All right, and then I'm guessing Twidget's opposing this grapple check.
Oh yeah.
All right, well then the skeletons have to make a strength athletics check, and Twidget can defend himself with athletics or acrobatics.
Oh my god!
Oh, I need a.
You need a D20 there. Twidget slips their grip and runs into the crevice.
Oh my
What a funny
God.
little guy.
That's an old person. No, I'm prepared.
God damn it, fucking GIF-V. I swear to God, if you're making a website or something and you upload a GIF as any file type other than GIF, I will find you. Or after I find the developer who refuses to implement support for other, like, animated image types. Oh my God.
All right. Well, Twidget. So yeah, it's a narrow, rocky crevice. I like the part where he comes back. That's just the key right there.
Forgot my keys.
I actually went to check to see if they just forgot to animate the keys. No, they panned it down just a little further, revealing the keys.
Yep. They're literally just out of frame. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It
I mean,
really
this-
does feel like every time I try to find a GIF to post in here, it's like, oh, sorry, it's not a GIF, it's some other bullshit, and I have to
Yeah.
fucking convert it. I hate it so much.
It's really annoying.
That's why I just use the built-in on the chat.
Yeah, that's what they want you to do, except I fucking hate that.
All right. Well, you've been following this narrow crevice. It goes about 80 feet, kind of in a slightly northern curve to it, before dead-ending in a pool of water. A rough circular shaft ascends above you, Twidget.
Oh.
There we go.
How far up does it look like it goes?
As you look up, it looks like it goes about 30 feet up, and you can see sky. It looks like after about 20 feet or so, it's actually like got masonry.
Oh, okay, so like a well or something. Yeah, all right. Well, I'll take a quick dive and check out what's down below.
Ah, okay. You have dark vision, right?
Yeah, 120 and 60 foot suns.
Okay. Make an investigation check. So, yeah, as you dive down in the water, you can see it only goes about 5 feet. But at the bottom of it, kind of somewhat covered in rubble, you can see the haft of something like either a lever or some type of it's like a metal handle with some like leather wrapped around the end of it.
Give it a yank.
All right, you give it a yank as you pull a mace out from the rubble, and you can tell as you're handling it that it has a Dwemer of magic to it.
Ooh. I smack the wall with it.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Let's see. Is the mace considered a simple weapon?
Yes, it is a simple melee weapon.
Okay, so I'm proficient.
Okay. Yeah, you hit the wall. It doesn't look like it really had any effect.
Okay. It just goes back up to the surface and back down the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, and then you emerge from the crevice into this room of dead rats. The party's standing there, and you've got a mace in your hand.
I just walk over to Squash and kind of hand it to him. Well, it's just a well. There's a mace in it. I think it's magical. Peter, you here? Okay, I hand it to Sister Beta instead. Mister, you here? Okay, I hand it to Afflista instead.
Afflista, you here?
No.
Okay, I hand it to Eric instead.
I'll
Here.
Go through all of the paused party members. They're sitting in the menu doing something.
everyone's busy with an idle animation. I'll identify it.
Okay. You cast Identify.
I don't think Mister has a magic weapon right now, and they can use maces.
There you go. That is what it tells you.
Nice.
It loses the +2 when you use the last charge on it.
Yes. It becomes a completely mundane, normal mace.
Mister,
Who found the mace?
I found a mace.
Cool.
You don't have a magic weapon, do you? For melee?
No, I do not.
That might be a good one for you to grab. It's strength based. But +2 in force damage.
What I have? Do you know identify?
Yes, I
Ballista
do.
does.
Well, then I have a whole bunch of stuff to identify.
We still have to find Duodecius, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, we can sit around
all
for
because we took all that stuff out of the sarcophagus. I wasn't here for the sarcophagus fight. We got a cape, a headdress, a collar, a dagger, and a staff.
Well, that sounds like an hour right there.
They're worth the cape is worth 800. The headdress is 3. The collar is 12. The obsidian is.
Let's save that for
600.
after we.
Yeah. That's what I was saving it for until we found the mage.
Well, or hear me out. We spent an hour right here just hanging out. Sister Beta can attune to the weapon that we know what it does, and then you can spend that hour identifying everything.
I mean, we've already taken.
Duodecius will be fine. I'd rather see what magic items we're walking around with. They could be beneficial. You know, the cape could be Cape of Fine Person.
I don't think that exists.
Twidget doesn't know that.
Cape of mapping. It actually just turns into a map of the local dungeon.
It's like one of the mini maps in the corner, the real-time update.
Cape of mapping, as long as you have some kind of writing instrument and it's being worn by the person in front of you, it acts as a map of the current terrain.
Well, it's like the map is like dynamically embroidered on the cape as long as you wear it. So you have to like constantly like stand in front of the party billowing it out so they could read it.
Alright, I'm adding that to the cursed magic items list. Because that would just be really fucking annoying. This map shows you the local terrain for up to 1 mile, or 500 feet inside of a dungeon. However, to read the map, you have to hold your arms outstretched behind you.
But, we did
There's no sense not to, because we've spent how long down here, and we have not made any progress towards finding Duodecius. Maybe one of them will help.
How long has it been?
4 hours.
How did we spend 4 hours already?
Well, I know from reading the chat before I joined there was at least one short rest. Well, that's an hour right there.
And you took another short rest in that room with the statue where you got that map. Plus all the walking and exploring and the fighting.
Yeah. So I think it would be worth taking a short rest and identifying everything.
Yeah, fuck it. If it's already been 4 hours, if there's something urgent, Duodecius is either dead or has dealt with it.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll identify that while Beta attunes to everything.
Okay. So you spend an hour casting Identify on all of the items that you pulled out of Sarcophagus. So other than Sister Beta and Flista, you guys get a short rest. Sister Beta, you can attune to that mace in lieu of the short rest. Flista, you discover, after casting Identifying all of these items, that none of them were in fact magical. Like every time you cast the ritual Identify, it's just like, this is a non-magical object. This is a non-magical object.
Did anyone cast Detect Magic or something?
No one did.
Wait, they just assume they're magical? With the DM that always says it has a glimmer of magic even if you don't cast
I
it,
don't
but-
always say it. Some items are harder to discern that than others.
Well, at least Mister got attuned to the mace so he can use it.
Don't use the last charge of it.
Yeah, Mister, you hear that? All right. Next
I
tunnel
believe I can answer
clockwise.
that question.
To change my headset batteries.
I'm almost like asleep over here, so I think I'm gonna call it here for myself.
All right, have a good night.
You guys.
Take care.
All right, yeah. So you guys are standing in the entrance to the 60-foot round room, a carpet of fungus filling it. The intersection that led to this room, there's an option to go east that you can tell looking across it now hooks to the north, northwest, or south. South is the way you came into that intersection.
Next tunnel clockwise.
So that'd be the northwest.
Yep.
All right, you guys begin filing down that tunnel. You can see that it's only a 10-foot wide passageway that after 40 feet hooks to the north and wise. You can go either to the left or the right, to the northeast or the northwest.
I apologize. You run that by me again.
All right, so you follow the northwest passage. It's 10 feet wide. It goes about 40 feet before turning to the north. After 20 feet, it turns into a Y intersection. You can go northeast or northwest.
Northwest.
Okay. Yeah, you continue to the northwest. As you pass by the Y, though, you do get a chance to look down the northeast, and you can see that it looks like it only goes about 20 feet to another T intersection to head northwest or southeast. But yeah, you continue another 100 feet. As you can see, the passageway in front of you, heading northwest, has like a hairpin turn. Like you can see the wall's kind of naturally curving around, and the wall to your right is kind of the center point. So you're going around it blind, but there's obviously a hallway on the other side of the wall to your right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll slow down as I get to the hairpin and kind of look.
Okay.
Or just blatantly walking around it.
Sure.
Rats and all.
Yeah, you slow down and peek around the corner. And you can see that the 10-foot wide passage heads to the southeast about 20 feet before opening up to a small 20-foot wide round area where you could continue to the southeast or turn to the north.
Turn to the north.
All right, you turn to the north. And there you can see it looks like the left wall starts to curve off to start going northeast. But you could immediately kind of cut straight east or to the southeast. Three passageways.
Yeah, I'm just I'm hugging left, so it'd be southeast.
Left would be north.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then north.
Okay. Hugging left is a good thing you told me. Otherwise, I would have sent you southeast, which would have been very confusing to you. All right, you follow it around, eventually getting to another T intersection as it hooks to the northeast, to turn left and go due north, or to continue straight ahead where it curves to the southeast.
What is this dungeon? The dungeon of fucking T's and Y's? Like, fuck.
I know. I mean,
It's the dungeon of T's, Y's, and up staircases.
yeah, I know. And we have just been lost.
I'm gonna be in here for
Oh.
like the next 6 or 7 sessions trying to
It-
find Duodecius.
It's the dungeon of Y's and T's. It's YouTube, and we're down the rabbit
The
hole.
YouTube dungeons. We're in that part of YouTube.
Oh, I was gonna keep hugging left.
Okay. You hug left, going to the north. The passage then immediately hooks to the right, heading to the east. As you start to move forward, I need a stealth check from you as you can hear more scratching and sniffing ahead. It looks like it goes about 60 feet and then begins to open up. Okay, as you stealthily approach the space, you can see it's about a 30-foot oblong chamber. You can see 6 giant rats kind of sniffing about. Bits of discarded waste. A handful of coins scattered across the floor are easily noticeable from the entrance. They don't appear to have noticed you yet.
All right. Are they clumped up?
No. 3 of them are clumped up, and then 3 more are kind of spread around to the south.
All right. How far back do I need to go before I break line of sight with them?
30 feet.
And how much straight tunnel is there before it starts to Y and T all shitty and crazy?
After that 30 feet going back, it would be about 40 feet before you get to that T that sent you this direction.
So I got 70 feet of straight tunnel.
Well, it's like
not
50 feet of straight tunnel and then a hook.
Non-split.
Yes.
Non-split tunnel.
Non-split tunnel.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will go up to that 30-foot mark from them where they don't have line of sight, and start quietly pulling out oil flasks and dumping them all around on the ground, filling like a. Let's see, a flask is 5 foot square, so 5, 10. About 25 feet by 10 feet that I'm going to be pouring oil all over.
Okay. Okay. This is a 10-foot wide natural stone
Yes.
passage. So you just want to make
Right.
like a line in the middle?
No. Two flasks wide, 10 foot by 25 feet.
Okay. I gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah, so 10 flasks.
Okay. Yeah, you can uncork this flask, kind of lay out this oil slick in this tunnel between you and the rats.
Yep. And then I'd like to, let's see. So the 30 feet between me and them, well, I suppose now 55 feet between me and them. How much is that straight, and how much is that starting to turn?
So all of that is straight. That 55 feet right behind you is where it turns to the south.
All
Does
right.
that make any sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I would like to. Can't do that. Okay. Well, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Just the classic Skyrim. I'm gonna shoot the wall with an arrow. Make noise. So
Yeah.
they hear me.
Yeah, you make some noise. You hear down the hall, squeak, squeak. And you can hear them starting to come down the hall towards you.
Yep. I like to ready a tinderbox so that when they're in the middle of that oil slick area to light it.
Okay. Give me another stealth check as you're now getting closer. As this pack of rats is coming onto the oil slick.
Is this rocky terrain?
Yes.
Right.
You are in a natural stone cavern.
Well, then I can use my rogue feet or my gnome feet.
Mm-hmm.
What's with all the 11s?
I don't know. All right, but yeah, all 6 rats you can see are now on the oil slick. Some are close to the entrance. Some have just stepped onto it. You can hear them just going squeak, squeak as they come down the hall.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to be all on it.
They all are on it. One's near the exit, one's near the entrance, though. Like, if you don't do it now, one's going to start leaving the oil.
Okay, yep, then I light it up.
All right, and you light it up. You hear a lot of panicked squeak, 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 squeak as the rats burn in the fire.
Excellent. Anybody want charred rat hide? Hard to taste like bacon. All right, well, we'll wait for the fire to dwindle down and then go into the area that they were controlling.
Okay. Yeah, you is everyone coming with you then? Like you grab everyone?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
assuming they weren't far behind, and then they see me come back and start pouring oil and just backed up.
All right, yeah, you guys move forward. You can see that this looks to be a dead end, oblong-shaped, kind of like a upside-down bowling pin chamber, about 30 feet in diameter. Bits of refuse are just scattered about, including what looks to be several coins.
I'll kind of take a look around the room and then absentmindedly have Mage Hand start picking up all the coins.
Sure. Well, go ahead and make an investigation check. Your mage hand kind of picking up the coins.
Oh, I'm sorry, +9, so 22.
Okay.
Rolling stealth a lot, so it's just muscle memoried it.
No worries. So, yeah, as you're picking up the coins, you do get a count of 62 silver pieces. And you find, on like the southern part, where on this upside-down bowling pin, like the thin part of the neck, is a bit of a flat patch on the wall that is, to your investigation, somewhat unusual and appears man-made.
All right.
Like, you're pretty sure that is a some type of secret door or something.
Yeah, I'll give the door or the flat spot a 1 silver.
All right, it's another investigation check to examine the door. Yeah, it looks like that there's like a small rock near the bottom of it that you kind of like slide aside. That would kind of unlatch this piece of cleverly designed doorway to look like this natural stone cavern. And as far as you can tell from this side, it is not trapped.
All right. Well, I'll give it a tug and open it up.
Okay, yeah, you give it a tug and you open it up, hearing a couple of gasps from inside. Unlike most areas in this section of the dungeon, this chamber has finished walls and a flagstone floor. The ceiling 10 feet overhead is finished as well. In the center of the room is a pile of dirty pillows, where 2 thin, wiry people appear to have been lounging. One, a wiry man of sour disposition, and the other, a thin woman with long brown hair, both of which are naked and staring at you all open-mouthed. The woman then begins to scream, and the man begins to move aggressively, and you guys should roll initiative.
Just kind of holding one of the rats by the tail. You guys aren't hungry? It drops it, starts his weapons ready.
Hunter, if we wandered into the New York subway,
Giant rats and naked people?
So she's not. The woman is not completely naked. You can see a necklace around her neck.
Ah,
Close enough to
makes
clothing,
sense.
sure.
the man is also wearing a Yankees
I don't
hat.
think that counts as not being naked.
the
Art.
man is also wearing a Yankees cap.
Oh, come on! He'd have some class. He'd be like a White Sox cap or something.
I thought you said he had
White
class.
Sox class? What?
Exactly. I'm joking.
The only thing is he's not wearing it on his head. He's wearing it on his head.
Ah. Well, unfortunately, that means everyone can see his dick.
I mean, that's not unfortunate for him. He likes that part of it.
Well, what I see is 2 aggressive targets that aren't wearing armor. Feel bad for
Yeah.
them.
Well, hang on. Sorry, I need more space here, so I'm just grabbing some paper. All right, and then that. Okay. All right, Flista, what do you do?
So what was the guy doing? Just
Well, he had
Start-
leapt up and was moving aggressively towards Twidget.
all right.
The naked man's
Okay.
coming to touch me.
I'll get the cherries and berries on a couple of the skeletons, and they're gonna go detain this man.
Oh man, he thought he was gonna, enter the bone zone, but now he's entering the bone zone.
So I'm gonna have two of these skeletons try and grapple him, and then the rest are gonna beat the shit out of him.
Okay, so two skeletons run in there and try to grapple him.
15 and 8 for their athletics.
Well, the one guy grabs him, the other does not.
Wonderful. The rest of the skeletons are going to slingshot the shit out of this guy.
All right, roll to hit.
Oh.
Those all hit.
It's 4 T.
All right, yeah, the sling. You see the slingshots hitting his chest and bouncing off, having no effect.
All right. Interesting. Flista's gonna go try and grab the woman then.
All right, Aflissa runs up to the woman.
This might not great.
Yeah, she just pushes you back. Nope, not gonna happen.
All right. That's gonna be it. Actually, I'm gonna take out my quarterstaff, and that's gonna be it for me.
Okay,
Somehow, most effective weapon.
Twidget.
So, dude just took a bunch of non-magical damage, and it didn't look like it affected him at all.
Correct.
All right. Well, Twitch is going to close the melee then and start stabbing him in the kneecap with a short sword.
Okay. You close to melee. Roll to hit.
I always ask this, I think. Grapple doesn't affect, right?
Correct. That hits.
All right. And well, I would regard the skeletons as allies, wouldn't I?
Yes.
Convenient tools at the very least.
All right. 28 magical piercing.
Okay. That bloodies him.
A full bag.
Anything else?
Let's see. No, that's it.
Okay. Squash.
Okay, the man is injured.
The man is bloodied.
The man is bloodied. Okay. Then, how far away is he?
He is 15 feet from you.
Okay, we'll go to work on him with some swords.
Okay.
Dancing longsword misses, I think.
Yeah.
Running into melee, regular sword.
Hits.
412 magical slashing.
Yeah, he's looking pretty hurt now.
And again,
Also a hit.
413 magical slashing.
He's looking to be near death.
Alright, that's all I got.
All right. Let's see. This guy. He is looking to be near death. Yeah. Yeah. He.
Full vibe. No skeleton.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna use his action to turn into a giant rat. which breaks the grapple because of the size change. He then uses a bonus action to disengage.
He's
and
a
runs.
rogue rat.
He is a rogue rat, as he is then going to run to the southwest corner of this 40 by 40 foot chamber.
He knows that's not far enough, right?
He will.
Yeah, you see him pawing at what looks to be another like small lever on the ground as a second hidden door opens. And you see him just kind of bounding another 10 feet away, putting him a total of 30 feet away from you, Twidget, through that open door.
But I can still see him.
You can still see him, just barely. He effectively is cover because of all the corners in the way at this point. All right, and then the woman. Did anyone run to melee with the woman? Sorry, I didn't mark that down.
I did.
You did, okay. Well, she's going to cast a spell right in front of you.
Wonderful. Mage Slayer. I'm going to bonk her.
Okay, roll to hit.
What? Ugh. I am actually not great with this. 14.
That hits.
I'll take it. Six non-magical bludgeoning.
No effect.
Unfortunate.
But it does force a concentration save, which I believe is at disadvantage.
It is.
And she fumbles the spell.
Let's fucking go! First time it's come in handy.
Right? Ha. Well, in that case, she's just going to lean over and try to bite you. And misses. All right, well, that's all she can do. Sister Beta.
Mister.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What?
It's your turn. What do you do?
Blasted.
Blast who?
Whichever one's left.
Well, there's the woman, and then the man turned into a giant rat and ran.
The man turned into a rat and ran. What is
Yeah.
the woman doing? She's still screaming?
She stopped screaming. She tried to cast a spell on Aflista, but Aflista bonked her, and she fumbled the spell as a result.
I would say get in melee with her and bonk her with your new stick.
I'm going to try to calm her down. Let's try to avoid the bonking.
So what are you doing?
I am going to try to persuade her to calm down.
Okay. Well, make a
Non-threateningly.
non-threateningly.
With no weapons. I'm not going to have any weapons in my hand. I am a nun dressed in a habit, you know. So.
Okay.
Nun, so.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Well, I mean, that doesn't work. But
she looks pointedly around at the skeletons, Twidget, Squash, Aflista like right in front of her, and it's kind of like, yeah, not getting a whole lot of let's talk this out vibes.
that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to attack her.
Okay. She does speak in common, where she effectively just says, "Are you fucking kidding me?" All right, Aflista.
I'm going to keep smacking her, but this time I'm going to use a short sword, and before I smack her, I'm gonna bonus action cast a magic weapon on it.
Okay. She does get an attack of opportunity against you, because she also has Mage Slayer.
Two wizards that excel in killing wizards.
Yes, she's just going to lean over and try to bite you again. And she misses. All right. You cast your spell.
Alright, magic weapon, smack with the sword, and I am going to be going for non-lethal, if it matters. I'm not proficient with these.
Okay, and you miss.
I did marginally better, or at least marginally less embarrassingly than her. That's it for me.
Okay. Twidget. Your target ran away.
Yeah. How much movement do I need to get into melee with him?
30 feet.
Bonus second dash.
Hang on. All right. So as you're running after him, and you get into melee, as the floor beneath you gives way, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw versus a trap.
All right.
Well, you fail and fall 30 feet down this hole, landing on a bunch of swords, spears, and sharpened stakes that have been stood up in the bottom. So you take 13 points of bludgeoning damage from the fall and 7 points of piercing damage from the various weapons down there. You have fallen 30 feet and land prone.
All right.
You hear squeaking laughter above you. Like he moved specifically to draw you to move to that spot so you would fall into the pit.
Anyway. Can I see him?
Yes, he's right at the edge looking down at you, squeaking a laughter out. Because he's not that bright. He's bright, but not that bright. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'll throw a dagger at him.
Okay. You are at disadvantage due to being prone.
Oh. Wouldn't matter if I stood up.
You don't have any movement to stood up. You moved 30 feet, I thought.
I dashed.
Oh, that's right. You dashed. Yeah, you could stand up if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. I'd still have disadvantage.
Okay. True.
The range.
True. Yeah. I just realized that. Yeah. 30 feet. Uh-huh.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It's like it really wouldn't matter if I stood up or not.
It's a good point. I wasn't thinking in that terms. Ah, shit, you hit him.
Yeah, I also rolled H1, but it's a 15 on the other side, so
23.
yeah. Whoops.
All right, yeah, his AC was 13. You hit him.
All right.
So, yeah, your dagger hits him right in the head as his body reverts to his human form as he just falls limply into the pit next to you, landing on top of the spikes. He is very dead looking.
Oh. Well, I grabbed my dagger back then.
Wait, was your dagger non-magical?
No.
Okay.
I was waiting for you to ask that.
I completely forgot. Sorry. I completely forgot. Yeah.
I was waiting for you to ask, and I'm like, I have a magical dagger. That's why I used it.
Yeah, sorry, no, I completely forgot to ask. But yeah, okay, so yeah, it was magical dagger. I didn't screw up. He is, in fact, dead.
That's why I was going to be pissed if I missed. All right,
Shiny
well,
new toy.
Anything
I'll
else in
figure
your
out
turn?
how to get out of here next turn.
Okay. Squash.
Just a moment left.
Just the woman left.
All right, more swords.
Swords.
Oh, swords.
Paladin with all of the magic attacks.
Yes.
As is
all my
proper.
attacks are magical.
That hits. That's with the dancing sword, right?
That's with the dancing longsword.
All right, yeah, that hurts her.
does that hit?
Yes, it does.
All right, I'm running into melee now.
Is that magical?
They're all magical.
Couldn't
My
remember.
regular sword is a +2 longsword.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. That's all. All right. Yeah, that bloodies her.
And one more
Also a hit.
for another 14.
That kills her.
Nice.
Yeah, she falls to the ground. Very, very dead.
All right.
You guys are out of initiative.
You just see a rope fly up out of the hole.
Savages.
So, were they humans? Was the dude a were-rat or something?
Well, Twitch is tying a rope around his corpse right now. And then there's a, rope kind of awkwardly and weirdly floating above the pit for somebody to grab. Because my mage hand's invisible.
Someone with appreciable muscle, please go and get that.
I pull it up.
I ride the corpse.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can easily pull him out. He was thin and not very heavy. And very
Tied this around
naked.
his waist. I'm standing on him. All right, so she had a necklace.
She did have a necklace.
Gonna cast Detect Magic. It's even magic.
Oh, it is very magical.
Alright, identify. I'll take it off her to do that, and put one of my spare blankets over the bodies.
Oh. Well,
What?
I was going to throw him down the pit, see if there's a way
Oh.
to close the trapdoor.
That works too?
I suppose you probably want
Actually-
reanimation. Yeah, you could reanimate him.
I could just borrow the skeletons before you do that.
I just throw the flesh sacks down there when the skeletons rip out of them.
I don't need the goopy stuff. That doesn't preserve as well.
Yeah. Twidget pulls out the squeegee mop and starts pushing the gore down the pit.
Mm.
Oh, I suppose, hold on, some of that stuff you're not supposed to know yet. Never mind.
Good thing I just got to the name. Hmm. Alright, well. How many people use weapons?
Weapon?
Uh, what's common about Mitra?
Say again?
What's commonly known about Mitra?
That he was a famous paladin. Eventually, he settled in this to form this village called Mitra's Fist. He had a long-standing, like his arch nemesis was a lich named Set that he had set out to destroy, and eventually accomplished that goal, building a tower upon his final defeated area. Here.
He set out to destroy.
Uh,
um, yeah,
now, we did find some contradictory information elsewhere here, though, seemingly.
alright, frontline weapon people.
Me.
Are you our only frontliner?
Nobody else said anything. So yes.
All right,
So
well,
yeah,
you're probably
of the party, Squash is really the only frontline melee.
you're probably
Beta
gonna
would
get,
be like second, and I would be third.
you're probably gonna get the most out of this. Gives you a bit of extra protection and a little bit of it'll help you protect yourself and deal some damage.
Ooh.
I will hand it over to Squash.
Okay, yeah, you hand over the golden lion talisman.
I will also send what I got on that.
All right.
There.
So besides the trap tunnel, were there any other entrances to this room?
No, just the way you came around through the big rat lair.
All right.
The other secret door, if we step over that pit, kind of leads out the same way. Like, you looped around this room. It's a different way into this room from the other side. You recognize the tunnels it leads to.
Okay. So this is like a dead-ended one of our junctions, so we can mark this X.
Yes.
Okay. Well, give the couple of rooms a once-over real quick.
Sure, make an investigation check.
Is anybody else proficient with investigation
I am.
besides Duodecius?
I am. I can assist that.
All right.
I can give guidance.
Every little bit helps.
Okay. So as you look about the moldy and kind of like they were once very fine cushions, but are now like decrepit and not really worth anything, you do find a drinking cup carved from a chunk of malachite and inlaid with silver and studded with diamonds. The whole ensemble
Jesus.
being worth 5,100 gold pieces. It is the only other thing of note in this room that you find.
All right. Malachite, silver, and diamond cup worth 5,100 gold. That's not picking up magic.
No.
All right. Then, yeah, head back and continue hugging the left wall. Now we can, mark this off. So Twitch will pull out a piece of chalk and kind of mark on the wall.
Okay. Yeah, you mark on the wall in the cavern. As you continue following your left-hand passage around this hallway.
Yeah, basically just marking off anything that's a dead end. If we come back to it, we don't have to re-adventure down it.
All right. So, yeah, you head back to the intersection. Following the left wall will take you south to another intersection to continue going southeast or to turn and go northeast. The left wall would be northeast.
All right, northeast.
All right. You follow the northeastern hallway. It goes about 40 feet to a T intersection to continue going northeast or to turn right and head southeast into a larger room where you can hear more giant rats scuttling about.
All right.
Like, you aren't
Well-
looking at it, or you can hear them and you can see the entryway up ahead.
Yeah, I'll slow down and start getting closer to get a count of their numbers.
Sure. Make a stealth check as you approach this T intersection to look south and see what it is. Yeah. As you look in, you can see that that there are two other exits from that room on the other side to the southeast. Numerous pig-sized rats nose about the corners of the room, and there is a large pile of dung several feet high against the eastern wall of this room.
there an opening above the dung?
No,
Weird. All right.
but there are
okay,
9
head
rats.
count. 9 rats, and then yeah, get back to line of sight and 60 feet of nearest party member. Relay the information and be like, I can't kill this many as easily. They're too spread out, so we'll have to aggro them and bait them down the hallway, and kill them off in waves as they come. Is everybody ready for that?
Yeah.
So Squash and Beta, and then me and Aflista. And then, somebody makes some noise and get him to come this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys line up and make some noise. The rats come kind of trundling around the corner, where you guys light them the fuck up. And I think just for the sake of brevity, since it's just 9 rats and you guys are high enough level, we'll just say you wipe them out. They're not really that big of a threat if you're prepared for them. It's only when you run around a corner suddenly and are almost surprised by them that they're possible.
There's 20 of them.
Yeah, but when you guys have distance and you armed yourselves and you're all ready for it, this would just be a cakewalk, would be a waste of time. So we'll move on. You slay the 9 giant rats.
They don't even outnumber us anymore.
12 to 18 seconds later.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and then I'll head in and check that room out.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I'll help.
All right. Mister?
That.
Guidance.
Yes.
Question.
And guys.
Not as good.
It's not as good, but as you're looking about, you do notice a somewhat odd shape poking out of the dung. And as you get closer, you realize it's the pommel of a sword.
All right. I'll cast Mage Hand and grab it out.
Okay. Yeah, you pull it out. You can see that it is a sword still bound in its sheath. The crossguard you can see is a tangle of serpents, and the pommel fashioned as if to be a serpent's head.
Ooh.
There is a clear glimmer of magic to it.
All right. Well, I'll just take Mage Hand and float over the shit-covered sword right to Flista's face and be like, "More magic stuff."
I'm going to have the skeletons take it and several bars of soap, and they're going to start cleaning it, and we're going to continue on our merry way until they're
Does
done.
no one have prestidigitation?
I don't.
I think Duodecius does. I don't.
I'm sure he's very clean wherever he is.
Yeah, where he bunked down for a long rest in like a hidden alcove.
Yeah, I'm fortifying the shit out of that. Like, that illusory wall is getting fortified.
Okay, Rogel.
Yeah, just wait till you see my new Primarch-esque form.
Is that a longsword?
Yes.
Okay. So, unknown magic longsword. Somebody.
Yeah, the poop sword skeletons are going to be at the back of the back ring.
I mean, once it's clean, I'll, well, actually, I don't know what it does.
I was gonna say, yeah, Flista will have to identify it at some point. But yeah, we're just gonna keep moving on while the skeletons are using the scrub brushes. All right, so came in from the south, I think you said, to the shit room.
Yes, you were heading to the northeast, and then you turned south to enter this room at a T intersection. You could have continued going to the northeast.
Well, if my turn took me into this room, I would continue in this room because you said there was multiple entrances.
Yes. So to the southeast, one more north than the other, if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So as you're looking at them head on, there's one left, one right. Both of them head parallel southeast.
All right. Taking the left.
All right. You follow the left. Here, the cavern is wider, about 15 feet. And eventually hooks to the left, heading east to a 4-way intersection. To the south, you can see an open chamber hanging from the ceiling. From a length of thick hempen rope is a battered burlap mannequin. The figure is humanoid shape and chewed on in parts, stuffed with reeds that poke from its fraying form. To the north, a 10-foot wide cavern headed north, and to the east, the 15-foot hall continues, but banks to turn to the southeast.
On my current trajectory, I keep my left hand on the wall and continue.
All right, so you turn to the north. There you continue 60 feet before you find yourself approaching a T intersection. An opening to the right, and ahead 20 more feet to a Y. When I show you at the end of the session a screenshot of what I'm verbally describing, you will understand why I am also frustrated.
This is so fucking stupid. Who designed this dungeon to have so many T's? It's like a tree.
I mean, every time we go a place, it's a T. It's a T.
Yeah, I know.
It run together, you know.
They do run
But you
together.
think
That's what I'm
with
getting
all
at.
of the turning, we'd eventually run back into a path we've taken.
No,
Well,
we
the
did do that.
notion
at one
of
point.
exponential branching.
We did that at the beginning. We went through the double doors and decided not to go that way, and went all the way around and came back to that same room from the opposite way.
Yeah, this is why I'm doing the hug left method, because this is basically a long form maze.
No,
Not
I'm
really a
doing-
maze.
Oh, don't do the hug left method. That doesn't work.
At this rate, we'll figure out where the whole party is. We'll find each other by eventually stumbling across the corpses from 3 weeks earlier that the other group left.
And then following the trail, yeah. What do you mean that doesn't work, Squash?
What if you encounter a, like a loop?
Then all of the marks that I'm making would be visible.
Ah, well, if you're marking it, then that's
Wait.
different.
Yeah.
You
but,
have
like-
said nothing about marking except for when you marked off that dead end to the north.
Oh, okay, well, I suppose should be more. When I come to a junction, I'm marking the way we came
You have
into
not
that
been.
junction. Okay.
You mentioned nothing of this to me until now.
And then it didn't come through when we first encountered the first T. And I didn't verify with you. I apologize.
No worries. You can start marking now if you want.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, it's still, yeah. So, yeah, every time we come to a junction, Twitch is basically marking an X and an arrow on the way that we came
Mhm.
from.
Yeah, I got what you're doing, but this is the first you've mentioned it, is all that I've heard.
When we were first exploring, I was smoking, and I know my headset can cut out sometimes, so I might have said it and it didn't come through, and I just thought you heard me. I apologize.
No worries. Anyway, so yeah, you're approaching a T. You can continue straight to the north or turn right where it widens out to a 20-foot wide hall, and you can see a oblong chamber beyond. The floor of which is covered in all manner of debris, rocks, splintered wood, scraps of cloth, and bones of both animal and humanoid.
I go left.
Okay, you continue along the left, bypassing the room, and approach the Y, where you can turn left or right. To the right, so the left looks to be like a turn that immediately goes hard left, and you lose sight. To the right, you can see it goes about 20 feet to another Y, where you could go hard north or hard right. The end of which looks to be a refuse pile to the far north that you can see with your dark vision from here.
Well, I continue marking and heading left.
All right, you head left. Where it then immediately, it's like a hairpin bend, and then it goes to, following the wall, it kind of goes to the right. Think like the top end of a ribeye bone. And then goes another 50 feet to a T intersection, where you continue ahead or to the left, both of which look familiar to you as you look to the left into that room with the 2 southeast exits and the pile of dung that you pulled a sword out of.
Okay. I mark both the way that we came and the way that we know.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, I'm just using it's an X with an arrow on one of the axes to indicate directions came and directions going.
Mm-hmm.
That way, eventually, the arrows will all follow like a defined pattern.
Yeah,
When we
sure.
come across one, we can go a different way. And so, then I continue heading left.
Okay, you turn left and enter the dung room. So there's 2 exits to the southeast here. One left, one right.
Which I've already gone on the left one.
Uh-huh.
And we'll mark it now as a loop.
Uh-huh.
And then go down to the right one.
All right, you go down the right one, which immediately turns from southeast to southwest after about 10 feet, giving you a T intersection where you could turn to the right and go northwest, or continue to the southwest.
Continuing left.
Okay, following the wall to the southwest, you enter a familiar-looking 5-way intersection. Across from you, you can see that chamber with the white fungus. To the left, you can see the 20-foot wide passage, which eventually gets back to flagstone masonry walls.
Okay, so I can mark off 3 of these passages then. The first, which is the fungus room, the second, which is the room the way we just went, and the third being the way we just came in. That should be all of the left entrances, right?
Well, there's also straight north, which you haven't traversed.
Yeah. Yeah. So that Oh, 5 or 4 of the 5 entrances will be marked off then.
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, we'll go north.
All right. You head to the north. Goes 40 feet to a T intersection to turn left or to turn right. To the right, you can see after 20 feet, the passage banks down to the southeast out of sight. To the right, it goes 20 feet to a Y to turn left to the southwest or to the northwest. To the right is northwest.
Well,
No marks to either direction visible.
I begin marking, heading left.
Okay, you head left. You move the 20 feet to the Y. There you can see it goes 20 feet to the southwest to a familiar looking 10-foot wide hallway. Or tunnel, I should say. It's not actually masonry, it's natural. And to the right, another 30 feet to actually, as you look to the right, you'd be looking down with your 120 feet of dark vision. So remember that first hairpin turn you took? You're looking at the reverse side of that.
Okay. So then
Plus a bunch of openings to the right that would lead towards that dead end or back the way you came.
Yep. So Twitch will go down and kind of mark all of that up.
Okay.
And then head back to that passage that was actually changing elevation and descending. That first T.
No elevation changes at any point have I mentioned.
I thought you said it pitched down.
I meant south.
Ah.
Sorry.
Okay, well then we'll go to that one. Because all of these are circling back into the other area that we've already encountered.
Okay, so you go back to the dung room. You take that left passage and you come to a cross intersection. You can go north, which is the way you went before, is by your marking. Across, where it then pitches to the southeast. Sorry. Or you can go south to the hanging mannequin
That's the
room.
way we came.
No.
Yeah.
West is the way you came in. It's a 4-way intersection. West is the way you come in. East turns to the southeast. North loops around. South is a room with a mannequin.
Room with a mannequin?
Yes, that mannequin I was describing hanging from the floor, or from the ceiling.
Haven't been here before?
You saw it, and then you went north.
Okay.
And this is south. Okay.
Yeah, because that would be the next, after crossing off all of them, that would be the next left.
Mm-hmm. So just as a reminder, it's the tunnel terminates in this oblong cavern. Hanging from the ceiling from a length of thick hempen rope is a battered burlap mannequin, roughly humanoid shape and chewed on in parts, stuffed with reeds. that you can see poking through some of its fraying seams.
All right. Oh, I'll wait for the party to catch up and kind
They're
of look
there.
at a Flista.
Yep.
How much you want to bet that's magical?
Detect magic.
You detect no magic.
I'll bet you 5 gold.
I just dig through his marble bag. Oh, I really like this one.
Then give me a different one.
Yeah, bet's a bet.
Take money from a child.
It's like taking candy from a baby. It's like taking marbles from a gnome. All right, yeah, we'll give the room 1 silver with Flista and Sister Beta.
And while Twidget's remotely distracted, I'm going to very unsubtly stick the bet back into his backpack.
I mean, I have a passive of 14. You actually have a chance. This isn't one of my normal rogue builds. This was a meme build that turned into a thing.
Flista is being very unsubtle about it.
Oh. Well, Twidget at some point later will be very subtle about putting it back in your backpack. So like 2 weeks down the road, you're just gonna find a random marble in your bag.
I'll look
A different
forward.
one. He kept the one he liked. All right, yeah. So Flista and I'll give the room 1 silver. Mister, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Guidance.
Yeah.
All right, make an investigation check. All right, as you're looking about, you can tell that in the west part of this chamber's wall is a section that is cleverly painted and like molded out of plaster to look like a stone wall, but is in fact just made of plaster.
All right. Nothing else though. Just that one secret.
That is the only thing you find of interest in the room.
All right. I'll give that a thorough once over and see if I can find out if it's a, concealed compartment or a door.
Sure, make a investigation check. All right. So as far as you can tell, as you look at this, it is just like a soft plaster carving made to look like stone that was then painted to blend in. There are no seams, mechanisms, hinges that you can find of any kind. But you would know, well, your character would know, but you may not know as a person, plaster is pretty soft and easy to break. It would not be hard if you were to try to go through this to see what, or to pull it off.
All right. And then Twidget looks at Squash. Hey, you ever heard of Kool-Aid?
Oh yeah. However, this is basically drywall, so I'll let you do the honors, Twidget.
All right. Twidget kind of holds his arms up in the air so you can throw him through the wall.
Oh no,
Like,
I'm
like pick me up like a little kid.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that's more fun. I will throw you through the wall. Also, my duodecius proximity meter is fucking blinking at a high rate.
As you
What?
pick up Twidget and chuck him into the plaster, which bursts as it is just plaster.
I thought you were gonna give him a.
Twidget lands prone on the other side. You guys can see there's an open chamber, which opens to another oblong cavern, and a pack of dog-sized rats are busy stripping the flesh from a humanoid body. A passage exits to the southeast from this room, and you guys should roll initiative. 'Cause,
Duodecius meter? What?
Yeah, my duodecius proximity detector. It's like a little alien's radar. It
Uh-huh.
blinks in the according to where duodecius is.
I don't even know where you are.
Oh, me neither.
That's a secret. Nobody knows where we are, especially.
I know
not
where
us.
you are.
The DM knows where we are.
Can't fool me with your funny words, Magic Man.
I'd certainly
Oh, I-
hope the DM knows where we are.
You guys have actually been way off the map. Like for like the past hour and a half, I've just been making this shit up as we go along.
Yeah.
That explains all the fucking T's.
We went through one of those passages on like the edge of the page in Undermountain. Where it's
Yeah, I
just
was
like,
watching.
put whatever you want over here.
It's a series of twisty passages all like.
Yes.
You are
That's
about
it.
to be
The-
eaten by a Gru.
I had to find it, but all the T intersections remind me of the I was watching Umbrella Academy today, and I got to the grandfather paradox explanation, and they do this whole like sports board drawing. All the T intersections made me think of those fucking endless circles of arrows.
So, Twidget, do you have anything that prevents surprise?
Nope.
All right. Then you are surprised. Squash, do you have anything that prevents surprise?
No.
Then you are surprised. Aflista, do you have anything that prevents surprise?
8 skeletons and genre savviness.
Yeah, no. All right.
Yeah.
The rats also do not have anything that prevents surprise. I thought one of you might have something that prevents surprise. Because they're also surprised. All right, Twidget, it is your turn. You are prone on the ground. There are 10 giant rats.
I think Swag has alert on his character. I'm not sure though. All right. Well, I stand up, kind of brush myself off, and then rats.
These
They've been
literal
chewing on this
animals.
humanoid corpse in here.
These literal
So what do you do?
animals We're expecting a child to be thrown at the wall.
How big is the opening that Squash threw me through?
10 feet.
How big is the hole that Twidget made through the opening that Squash threw
It
me through?
collapsed, so all 10 feet are available.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you hit it, and it just shattered into like a big cloud of plaster. Then as it cleared, everyone saw these rats, and the rats saw you. It went squeak, squeak.
I got you. So they went with
Squeak,
the lowest
squeak.
bidder for their contractors. Got it. All right. Well, I'll get up, brush myself off, back up the 12 feet towards the party,
Uh-huh.
and shoot one of the.
All right, rolled hit.
Doesn't come up much actually, so I don't know. Surprise mechanic ends on the end of your turn, right?
Yes. No
Okay,
one
so
is
they're not
currently surprised.
Yep. Yep. So then, yeah, just that.
Miss.
Shot goes wide. All right. How close am I to the party with the 12 feet that I moved?
You just walked back to Squash. You are adjacent to
Oh.
him.
So I'm melee with Squash.
Yes.
All right. Bonus action, gift of the chromatic dragon. I'll add some fire damage to Squash's sword.
All right.
Yeah, so it's plus 1d4 for every hit. On your main, not the magic, or the not the dancing.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
Okay. Squash.
All right. Let me see here. Yep. I'm gonna start attacking rats, beginning with the dancing longsword.
Okay. You throw your longsword in there. A rolled hit. Miss.
And then I rush in with the other longsword.
Okay. 2 hits.
Talk about overkill.
Well, I'm already reliably killing these rats in one hit, so it might have been unnecessary to put the fire damage on there.
Yeah. Well, gotta cook our dinner somehow.
Hey, there you go.
All right. Yeah, you just explode that rat in front of you.
And that one?
And that one, too. That one doesn't explode. You just cut that one down.
Oh well. That's what I got.
You know, you didn't take it to double negative max.
You
Ah,
You
I
would've had
chunky
the
salsa
D4
to
on.
rat.
you would have had d4 on both of them, so that would have been on the crit too. You're missing 2d4 damage. Is all I'm saying. Doesn't matter.
well.
You
Oh,
still didn't
really?
chunky salsa the second one. You just slayed it. The first one got chunky salsa'd.
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Aflista.
How many rats?
8 left.
Wonderful. I have 8 skeletons. They're gonna move up and they're gonna start beating the shit out of these rats in pairs.
Okay. They begin engaging the rats. Roll to hit.
Uh,
Dance of mice and men.
be 20, not a 2. Died. 1, 2, 3.
1 hit, 2 hits, 1 hit, 1 hit.
1, 2,
Oh, near death and then dead.
3,
Bloodied.
4.
Near death.
Alright. And then I'm gonna pick one of the. I'm gonna pick the bloodied but not near death one and frostbite it. Con
Okay.
save. That passes, no damage.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Alright, those 3 rats are going to try to bite the skeletons in front of them, respectively. Oh, sorry, 3. Ignore that. No, there's no crit. That is a dead rat. That critted. Does an 11 hit a skeleton?
No.
Okay, they all miss then. The remaining 4 coalesce around Squash to try to head him off. Squash, does an 18 hit you? Squash? I think an 18 hits him. So we'll use that roll then and wait for him to get back. Twidget.
Pew pew. I pull up my laser gun and start blasting.
Okay. Which target?
Um,
The 3 rats fighting skeletons, the 4 rats fighting Squash.
healthiest one on Squash.
Okay. No.
Worth a shot, right? Nah, I fat fingered it.
I figured.
Well,
Okay, that hits. Assuming you get both of those modifiers.
even if I didn't.
Even if you did it to 17, actually, you would
I
hit.
just really wanted to be in the conversation.
Yeah, a 17 alone would hit, so you're good. Alright, that rat is dead.
Alright, is that for me?
Squash, you back yet? Alright, Squash dodges. Afflista.
Same thing.
Rolled hit.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The 4th one's attacking empty air.
Whichever target is now closest.
Okay, so it goes over to one of the ones by Pete. So the first 2 skeletons miss targets entirely. 3rd skeleton, 2 hits. 4th skeleton, 1 hit.
$16 and 6 then.
Alright, dead rat, bloodied rat.
Frostbite on the bloodied rat. Con save.
Which one? The bloodied rat that you just made, or the previously bloodied rat that you missed?
New one. It's another 6 cold.
Okay. That is a dead rat. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Alright, well, the 2 rats still fighting your skeletons are going to try to bite them. 13?
Miss.
I was right to get the shields. All right, the other 3 are going to attack Pete.
Ow.
Oh wait, you're here now. Okay, hold on. You got attacked
Okay,
before.
What are the rolls? What are they?
What's your AC?
20.
Okay, so 2 hits. So that would have been minus 4. So that'd be 9 points of piercing damage. I need 2 con saves from you. Versus disease.
Well, he's a
Right.
paladin.
What are the 2 individual rolls? And yes, I am a paladin.
22 and 23.
No, the damage rolls.
The damage rolls? Oh, well, it'd be 5 and 4.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
That is only 3.
Yep.
And no con save because I'm a paladin.
You're at the point where you're immune to disease.
Yes, that happened
Okay.
pretty early, actually. I think it's like a level 3 or 4.
I couldn't remember. All right, so yeah, so never mind about that.
Yeah.
All right, then these 3. It's basically that was the previous time. It's come back around again. They're attacking you again.
Mm,
But you're dodging this time, so.
You are dodging this time because you missed your turn.
I did. 2 hits. Except that should be a disadvantage.
They have pack tactics.
Ah.
These are spicy rats.
So looks like they did 2 damage to you.
Yep.
Tink, tink.
Yeah, basically. All right, twitch it.
All right. Continue targeting the healthiest ones.
All right, that'd be one of the 3 around Squash.
Look at that. No 9.
That hits. A dead rat. Anything else?
I blow the barrel off on my sniper.
All right, Squash. There are 2 rats in melee with you.
Alright, dancing longsword first.
Hit. Dead. Hit. Dead.
Alright, where's the next rat?
There are 2 others, each fighting a skeleton. One bloodied, one near death.
We'll go for the bloodied one.
Okay. Hit. Dead.
Alright, and that's it.
All right, and Aphista. There's a single rat remaining.
Call me crazy, but I'm gonna stick the skeletons on it.
Mm-hmm. 5 hits.
I don't suppose it has more than 30 health.
It has 2 hit points.
Alright. Do you want me to roll damage?
No, you just splatter this rat all over the place. You guys are out of initiative in this oblong chamber with a passage leading out to the southeast that looks to go to the edge of your dark vision, and at that edge of your dark vision turns to the south.
All right. Let's check the room out real quick.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Mister, you here?
Yeah.
Okay,
You need guidance?
you find nothing of interest.
All right. Then we continue on our merry way.
All right, continue down the only way out of this chamber other than the way you came in. And as it turns to the south, you see the 10-foot natural stone cavern ends and turns into flagstone with masonry walls. And to the south, 40 feet away, you can see that the 10-foot wide hall begins to open up into a chamber. And I think that is where we will call it this evening.
Okie dokie.